she all right?
It seems in your anger, you killed her.
I couldn't. She was alive. I felt it.
It's a trap! trap!
the road. Oh, a laptop went away. I guess I don't have my laptop as a source on here. Hold on. I don't think it really matters on here. It's really just for the music. Here, I'll just... Ah, sweet! Oh, God, love that person. Fucking Dottie Heat's such a great... That show was so ahead of its time. It deserves so much more.
No, man.
I'm gonna go ahead and save this playlist because I'm gonna come back to that and I'm gonna download those. Let me turn that down a little bit. I'm not sure how loud that is for you guys, but so my Obi-Wan. So this is like OG, I think. Let's see. Okay, no, it's not OG. It's a reproduction because it says 2013 on it, but it's still old. It's still a 12-year-old toy, so it's But I had him for a little while. He's actually not something I've had since I'm not the first owner of this Obi-Wan. I have this lovely like flea market near where I live, and every now and then I swing by and I find some gems that have like comic book vendors and people that just want to get rid of stuff, or they find stuff and they just put it in their booth to sell, and basically you pick stuff out of a booth. It has the lot number on it. It's got a cash register. It's like a regular store. It's just everything's in grids based off of who own, you know, people just have like grid spots where they put their shit. Because I live in an area that's actually pretty trustworthy, and, you know, theft isn't like a huge deal. Like our Walmart isn't covered in locks on everything. So, you know, but, yeah, so this, I've had him for a little while. He sits in the Star Wars bookshelf over here. But I brought my Star Wars stuff up for, you know, for the prequel era. I brought some prequel era stuff up. I also got this Darth Maul, who I love him to pieces. He looks so good, but it's so funny. I have to keep him in his packaging for the most part. His box was not in good shape. Because his bottom is like rounded, the plastic is rounded right here, so he doesn't actually stand up on his own, so I have to keep him in his little container. But I got him at the flea market as well. He holds his lightsaber a little weird, which kind of bugs me for Darth Maul, but his actual facial features, I don't know if you guys can see. He actually looks really good, but he's an OG. The other stuff I have on here, except for this Black Series Knight Brother Archer, is all originally me. Like, this is an original Darth. I don't even know where this came from. This probably came from like Burger King or something, because I used to get like, oh, it probably came from Taco Bell, because Taco Bell and KFC had that team up. I actually have all the original boxes. So I have like this old school Darth Maul. I have this old Tatooine with Qui-Gon Jinn and Darth Maul fighting on the inside. You close it, and it's so corny, but you close it, and they had all the different planets. They had a lot of different planets. They had Naboo and stuff. And I know I have more Star Wars stuff somewhere, but this is what I have out. But when you close it, it winds it up, and then you hit the little button, and they go back and forth. It's so cute. It's cheesy. And then I have this old school Queen Amidala and Padme. I also have the red one. I have the one, it's a shell, but the back is missing. The back is somewhat in my stuff. Don't get it, like, it's not gone. It's just they got separated and it's somewhere. And then there's the Padme that goes inside, and then you clip it on, and so it's Padme inside of Queen Amidala. And then I also have one where it's the red outfit, but I don't know where that one's at. But I know I have the red one somewhere. I have a bunch of old OG stuff as well. I kind of plan on rotating it based on like what era we're in, like what's on my little stand here. But it's fun. Flea markets, it's like a consignment shop. Yeah, it's kind of like a consignment shop. Yeah, it's like a consignment shop and a flea market if they have like a baby, because you've got all the different plots like a flea market, but nobody's manning the different plots. It's just one person at a register like a consignment shop. So it's like both. Because a normal consignment shop, at least where I'm at, there's like a historic downtown version of like the area. It's like an old town, but it's like a little micro city. And they actually have, like, the old historic buildings are full of basically consignment shops. It's mostly consignment shops, and there's like an art place, and there's a few restaurants, but the consignment shops that are like usually more towards like clothing and stuff, and they just have everything mixed together based off of what it is. Whereas this place doesn't do that. This place is like I said, it's more like a flea market. Everybody has their own little booth space. You did Revenge of the Sith in theaters last week, and I realized it's my favorite overall, not a dull moment in the movie. Revenge of the Sith is a great movie. You know, it's so funny. I saw someone post online the other day about how... Oh, ad. Sorry. Let's see, hold on here. Oh, I love that. I can't wait to ask my kids who's your favorite Revenge of the Sith character and why is it Obi-Wan? Because he's not wrong. Yeah, Revenge of the Sith is doing great. And I think it's really funny. I saw a post the other day. And basically it was talking about how everybody used to shit on the prequels until the sequels and Acolyte came out, and now everybody acts like the prequels are actually pretty good. And it makes me so mad because as a Star Wars fan, I've always liked the prequels. Now the prequels are very disjointed because of George Lucas fucking with the storyline. I wish he would have left the scripts alone the way they were, or at least with minor tweaks instead of completely just throwing them out. But, okay, yeah, but 1 and 2, okay, so I think 1 is not that bad. Like, 1 has terrible CG that hasn't stood the test of time, but when it came out, it was a good movie, and I remember being so pumped for 1 to come out. Like, you guys can't, I don't know, maybe you can fully see it, but right here, these 3 little blocks right here, that is the VHS release. That is the VHS collection that people often, like, they want that, because there's minimal edits to it, and it's as close to the original as you can pretty much get. As far as releases go, every single release except for those have had like major changes on them. So I remember, you know, like I collected Star Wars stuff. I have original stuff from like the 80s and 90s back here, like stuff that's been with me always, you know. But he fucked with the story arc of the prequels, which made 1 a lot harder to swallow and made 2 really feel rough. 3 came in on its own because it built off of 2, but if he hadn't fucked with the story, then all 3 of them would have worked together. How the original trilogy worked together, the prequel trilogy could have worked together if he hadn't fucked with the story, but because he panicked and instead of telling the story like, no, they'll get it. The fans will understand when they see the whole trilogy. Instead of just running with the story that was a good story, he fucked it, and then the prequel trilogy is very disjointed. So 1 feels like its own movie, 2 is really rough because it's trying to introduce new characters, and it's real rough on its feet. It took a rough landing, you know, and then 3 was able to take off from that. Oh, come on, kids love trade disputes and checks notes and votes of no confidence. Okay, but you can't have it both ways. People complain that there's too many silly things in Star Wars aimed at kids, but then when you have like real serious talks about like that, which is clearly not for kids, people complain that it's not a kid-friendly concept. But I mean, you can't please everybody. You're never gonna please everybody. The little vice president of the United States tweeted that the prequels are underrated. We live in the silliest times. We really do. We live in the upside down right now. Oh boy, Chancellor Valor of action figure. Time for politics. I can't wait to get that Viceroy action figure. Really complete the Senate for my set. I bet it's a Lego figure of every fucking Viceroy, Senator, every fucking governor, everything. So you could have a perfect giant Senate Lego set. Somebody somewhere has that. You know they do. You know they do. There's one kid. There's one kid that's their flavor of TISM. They're like a history buff, and they love politics and government, and that's what they love. They love the... they want all the different government officials. I've seen it. And you've seen it? It doesn't surprise me. It has to exist. This is really weird. I don't know if you guys have ever had these Bolin sodas. They're made with real cane sugar. They advertise themselves. Well, I don't think they advertise themselves, but anything that advertises itself with real cane sugar, in my opinion, is trying to be a healthier option, you know. And to be fair, it has fruit and vegetable juice for color. It doesn't have any artificial colors. It doesn't have any artificial like sweeteners. It doesn't have you know, like high fructose corn syrup and stuff. Now it does have a lot of sugar in it. Has a lot of sugar in it. Oof. But I saw these at the store. I thought I'd try them because it was at the dollar store. And I've started to discover when I really look at the food section in the dollar store, they got some good shit at the Dollar Tree, not Dollar General. I worked at Dollar General. That shit's overpriced. You can get it for cheaper at the Dollar Tree or at like Kroger. But yeah, I thought I'd give it a try. But it does. I don't know, to me, it doesn't taste like a Shirley Temple. Maybe I don't make my Shirley Temples the same way that they know to make their Shirley Temples. But it's good. It's not bad. Scene-tism. But for those of you who didn't come yesterday, weren't able to make it, we're in the Discord right now. We're live in the Popcorn Stadium. And what we've been doing is I thought, you know, yesterday after my long hiatus, just if you don't know, you can check the beginning of yesterday's stream. I don't really want to get into it again. Or you can check kind of maybe some of my past posts on Instagram or Discord. I put updates there. But yesterday I was like, you know what, this is the perfect time to come back and, you know, kind of hang out with you guys and kind of ease myself back into socializing because I've still been a little bummed. But basically, we started with the Star Wars Watch-a-thon. We're going to be watching the entire Star Wars saga in in chronological order because that's my personal favorite order, but with a twist. I found out that there are some amazing fan edits out there. Yesterday we watched a fan edit of The Acolyte because The Acolyte is known to be terrible, and I was like, you know what? Let me see if there's any way I can incorporate The Acolyte into this watch-a-thon, because as much as we don't like it, it's technically part of it. It's part of the canon. We have to accept it. We don't have to like it, but we have to accept it. And I discovered something called the Corcoran cut, I think is what it's called. I keep it Corcoran. I think that's what it is. I don't know. Anyways, basically some lovely user on the internet called Corcoran edited this. He edited the entire, or they edited the entire season into one movie that's like 2 hours, 45 minutes-ish, I think. And they rearranged it, they changed a lot of the pacing, and the comments on it, people talked about it being actually really good. And they're like, I knew that there was a good story in there somewhere. So we started with that, and it wasn't bad. It was pretty good. I mean, my expectations were really low. So it was really good for my expectations. But the Obi-Wan edit was great. There's no Reva. I love it. So another, the person who's contributing to our extended cuts and remakes are going to be by someone named Numeral Joker. He's kind of known as the GOAT for Star Wars edits, and we have a lot of them. I downloaded every single one I could get. But basically, we did Acolyte yesterday. We did Tales of the Jedi, episode 2, 3, 1, and 4 in that order. Because again, chronological. We did episode 1, The Phantom Menace, the extended cut by Numeral Joker, which includes deleted scenes, lighting effect fixes. He goes in and he tweaks things, improves quality, meshes, audio. He just goes in and fixes stuff and polishes things up. And he's also done an extended cut of episode 2. And what I'm really excited for is Revenge of the Sith, which is the Siege of Mandalore cut, where he's taken episode 3 as well as scenes from the Siege of Mandalore, the Siege of Mandalore story arc from season 7 of Clone Wars. So it's basically the last 4 episodes of the Clone Wars, and has mixed them in their proper chronological order. So if you have a hard time with live action to animation, it can be a little jarring. The cut I saw when I was researching this, because I was wanting to do this last year, but I couldn't find enough information about it. I saw some previews. Now, I'm not 100% sure if it's from the same edit, but they blended the live action and the animation together very seamlessly. So I'm very excited about that. There's another thing that he's done, which is a little controversial in the Star Wars community, so I'm going to lay it out there. But the 2003 Clone Wars, which is not considered canon, and there is some continuity issues, he's done a continuity edit, which has taken out the issues, at least theoretically. Again, I have not watched these. They're going to be my first time watching them with you. He's taken out the continuity errors, because the majority of this show, from what I've seen people talk about, because I've never actually seen it, is that it's pretty much in line. There's only a couple things that are different. So I'm really excited for that. But he's done a lot of edits. He's taken the Clone Wars seasons. If you're familiar with how the Clone Wars aired, it aired out of order. It aired out of order terribly. It was season 2, season 1, the movie that was supposed to kick off the show, season 3, season 1, season 2, season 3, season 1, season 4. Like, they're so out of order. They aired completely out of order due to production. I don't know how that happens, but he's gone through and he's actually reorganized the stories and did like a really good edit. So episode 216 and 116, which come before the movie, has been edited into the movie to make one long cohesive story. I'm really excited for this. Because I've seen the Clone Wars, and I'm gonna tell you, watching the Clone Wars in airing order is so hard because it bounces around so much. So I'm actually really excited to watch it in a way that's cohesive storytelling, because like you'll see a character die and then like 2 seasons later there's some story arc where they're introduced and you're like, what? It's very confusing. But he's got an Obi-Wan, he's got Bad Batch edits, he's got an episode 4 Rogue One super movie edit, which sounds really cool. So there's gonna be some experimentation. We may not like all the edits, but everybody does praise his edits as far as the Star Wars community goes. He's really widely known. People ask him to do edits of other things all the time, so I'm excited for it. I'm really excited for it. Now, we started a little bit later than what I wanted to today. I got off work, and I'm gonna tell you guys, I was fucking beat when I got off work. Today was crazy. Today was a crazy fucking day. I was clocked in for 15 minutes and was on my 4th call. That is how fast the calls were coming in. I mean, I was getting through calls really fast, but like, I was like, oh my god, I've only been at work for 15 minutes. How many calls have I taken? Because I felt like, I was like, the phone just kept ringing. I let 4 minutes. I was like, jeez, or 4 calls in 15 minutes. I was like, I did more calls today than what I did double the calls today than what I normally do on a work day. Like, it was a very busy day. But, so I'm excited. I'm excited for these edits. I'm excited for a new way to experience Star Wars, especially with you guys. So if you want to watch Star Wars, we're on Episode 2, Attack of the Clones, the extended cut. Head on over to the Discord. I'm obviously going to hang out here with you guys, but as you can see, the Discord is here. I am doing everything I can to avoid copyright, so once the movie starts, there will be no audio from my computer, which is what's playing the music. And there'll be no audio, so that way there's no movie there's no movie issues there. And then from there, I'll just be hanging out here and talking with you guys and doing commentary and, you know, pausing if we need to pause, rewinding, things like that. But of course, head on over to the Discord, head on over to the Popcorn Stadium, and pop it on and watch with us. Yeah, what's up, Papa? You know what, let me see, maybe I can get my Star Wars playlist on this computer, that way you guys can play, maybe I can play music for you guys through my main computer instead of my movie computer. Let's find out. Let's see. I do wish that there was a way. I said this yesterday, but there is a scene that's cut that is Dooku and Obi-Wan, and I would love so much. It didn't get actually filmed, but the rehearsal for it got filmed between Obi-Wan and Dooku, and it's such a good rehearsal. Like, he fucking killed it. Like, fucking Mr. McGregor nailed it. And, yeah. He fucking killed it. He fucking killed it. I would love for someone to animate that fight scene and put it into the movie. It's so good. Let's see. This is so weird. I have this playlist. And, oh, there it is. Yeah, okay, I can play it on this computer, hopefully without crashing my Let's see. No, that's a different playlist. Which one? Epic Music Compilation is what it says. Okay. I'm getting it queued up. Hold on. Let's see. Perfect. That actually works out really well, I think. Let's see. Oh, Sith music over Coruscant. God, I'm a nerd. Let's see. Let's see if this works. Let's see. I need to see if there's a way. Let's see. That is... I'm trying to make it so you guys can hear it, but I don't have to hear it because I want to listen to the movie. But I don't know if I can actually do that. So, why isn't that coming out as... Huh. I guess I don't know. Okay, it's fine. I'll figure it out. I don't know how to figure this out. It doesn't seem to be doing what I wanted to do. You would think that it would, but it's not. So, we're just not gonna do that. It's fine. It's fine. Fuck it. I was trying to be nice. That way there was at least some music on the stream, but I can't seem to get it to just play through the stream and not play through the speaker. You would think that the monitor off section would work, but it doesn't. It doesn't take it off the monitor. So, who knows? Who fucking knows? Alright, but let's see here. Who is in the Discord? Boom. I see Worm in there. Get your butts in the Discord. So we've got, like I said, we got episode 2, Attack of the Clones, and then if I'm up for it, which I may not be, because we're getting a late start, the 2D Clone Wars canon edit for part 1 and part 2 put together, because there's like 4 parts, is an hour and 23 minutes. So maybe we'll watch, like, up to part 1. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see how I feel. We'll see how good I feel by the end of it. But come on down. I'm going to put on the intermission for a 10-minute countdown. And then we'll go ahead and start. I'm going to get more ice for my water. My ice is already melted. And I might get a snack. I have a bag of popcorn. I think I might grab some popcorn. So grab your popcorn, grab your refreshments, go to your own little personal snack shop, get your sneaky snacks ready, hop into the Discord, and let's fucking go. Let's fucking watch some fucking Star Wars. We're gonna watch all of it as long as it takes. If it takes all May, we're doing it. But Friday, this weekend, instead of gaming for hours on end like we normally do, we're gonna be watching fucking Star Wars. It's gonna be on, like Donkey Kong, okay? We're fucking doing it. So, let me hide this real quick. This way, you guys can see the countdown. Because I'm a nice person and I do the countdown where you guys can see it. But I have everything flipped. I have everything flipped and, like, invisible. That way, like I said, I'm doing everything I can to try to avoid, like, any type of copyright strikes. Because I'm not trying to get copyright. Like, I'm not showing the movie on YouTube. Like, but it'll flag you if there's audio and if it spots a scene. So it's like, I gotta be super fucking careful. But, here, I'm gonna move this over for this particular part. Boom.
It's intermission time.
It's intermission
So
time.
hurry, hurry, hurry. Step right over to our refreshment center for the most extravagant array of refreshment goodies ever assembled under one roof. Enjoy breathtaking, mouth-watering goodies.
Get into that
Everything
Discord.
from a snack to a delicious full meal. At our refreshment center, you'll find a large variety of goodies to satisfy your hunger, your thirst, or your sweet tooth. So hurry, hurry, hurry. Visit our refreshment center now. The show starts in 10 minutes. The show starts in 9 minutes. The show starts in 8 minutes.
We're doing a quick 10-minute countdown. Well, it's down to 8 minutes now, but get your refreshing treats, get your drink, get your snacks, and then we're gonna go ahead and start this bad boy.
The show starts in 7 minutes. The show starts in 6 minutes. The show starts in 5 minutes. The show starts in 4 minutes.
I got popcorn and another soda because I have thrown my diet out the window. Yay, popcorn! Absolutely. So this is called like theater.
The show starts
So it's like
in 3 minutes.
it comes with like this buttery saltiness, all goodness all over it. It's the best. The movie theater and the butter lovers popcorns are the best. I don't care what anybody says. Kettle corn can suck it. The shit is flat. You know, I should have something though for my hands because my hands are gonna get popcorny. You know. I'm gonna go get a hand towel real quick. How much time we got left? 3 minutes. I can do it in 3 minutes. Let's go. How convenient! I have paper towels
The
right
show
nearby.
starts in 2 minutes.
I get 2 packets, 1 sweet and 1 caramel, and then mix them to add my own salt. That sounds like that sounds bougie. That sounds like a lot of work. I will say, Target, as controversial as they are, they They have really good, like, pre-popcorn. They're so expensive. It's like $10 for, like, this tube of popcorn. But they're so good. They've got, like, they have all these sweet ones that are really good. So they have, like, white chocolate macadamia. They've got, like, a dark chocolate caramel. They've got peppermint. Things that you don't even think, like, just, they have, like, peppermint ones usually, like, around Christmas. But it's so good. Like, chocolate peppermint. They've just got so many good ones.
The show starts in 1 minute.
They're expensive, but my God, they're kind of worth it. They're really good. So if you ever visit, I'm taking you to Target to go down their aisle to see all their fucking fancy sweet popcorns. I meant to buy a big thing of popcorn the other day at Costco, and it totally spaced. It was right there in front of me, but then I got distracted by pots, which were right across the aisle. I was like, ooh, look at these. I totally forgot to put it in my basket. But I had one solitary bag of popcorn. And this is it. This is what I get.
And now, on with the show.
Okay, hold on. So, to make sure that we don't get any type of copyright issues, boom. There we go. This is so we don't get copyright problems. Imagine that. Alright, we're gonna put this over here just so it's kind of out of the way. Bye. And this is episode 2 that we're watching, in case you guys missed that. Jesus Christ. We'll get more than just popcorn and we'll return home as a very fat version of myself. It's the American way. It's the American way. You gotta put on the American 20. If you don't put on the American 20, you're not doing it right. I often wonder how much better shape I would be in if I didn't eat American food. Mainly our grains is what's like considered to be a problem here. But this year, I'm very excited. Oh, you know what here? I did this yesterday. I read this for you guys. I'll do it again. But this year, I've expanded my garden a lot. I've posted that a little bit online, so you guys can, you know, see that I'm still alive and stuff. But one of the things I've done is I've done like a 400 square foot, like 3 sisters, which is corn, squash, beans, pole beans, plot, and I'm doing a 900-ish square foot area to grow my own wheat. I'm doing an ancient grains wheat that is not based off modern wheat. That way I can have my own flour, have my own wheat berries and all that. It's supposed to be much healthier than the commercial wheat that's made here in America, which I get it. Sometimes things are produced to be fast growing and then they do all this extra stuff to it and then they take stuff out, they add stuff, and it's just to try to make it easier to produce for such a large quantity because America's a big place, you know, I get that. But I'm gonna try to grow my own this year. Hopefully that works. But anywho, Episode 2, Attack of the Clones, the Numeral Joker extended cut edit. If anybody wants any copies of these fan edits that are these extended edits, let me know. I will let you know how to get your hands on these cuts, these special edition cuts. There is unrest in the Galactic Senate. Several thousand solar systems have declared their intentions to leave the Republic. This separatist movement, under the leadership of the mysterious Count Dooku, has made it difficult for the limited number of Jedi Knights to maintain peace and order in the galaxy.
That's a turtle!
I love it. It'll be healthier because it won't be covered in pesticides. It won't be covered in pesticides. It won't be bleached. It won't have the nutritions taken out of it and then artificial nutritions put in. And I also saw somewhere online by multiple different people that basically wheat loses its nutrients. Like the nutrients start to break down right after, like within the 24 hours after it's ground. So when you buy like packaged flour and stuff, it's already like lost its nutrients. So I'm excited to try to like grind my fresh flour and stuff. But anyways, let's continue. The mysterious Count Dooku. Maintain peace and order in the galaxy. Yada yada yada. Senator Amidala, the former Queen of Apple, is returning to the Galactic Senate to vote on the critical issue of creating an army of the Republic to assist the rebel Jedi. The guy who does the voiceovers for the Clone Wars 100% needs to record voiceovers for the movies. Those need to be added in 110%. Let's see if the CG held up any better in this one. Got myself an extra soda. Your Discord overlay for stream vanished. Oh, it's not vanished. It's here. It's just here and mostly see-through and backwards to try to avoid copyright. Because they get you on everything. Yeah, it's right here. It's very faint. It's very faint. Maybe if I took this light off, hold on. I think that actually makes it easier to see. Because Jack's face was so bright. I think that helps it. Lies. Get fucked. Damn it, Jack, you confused me. Where did her shoes go? She got blown out of her shoes.
were ruthlessly and senselessly murdered. I was the target, but more importantly, the security measure before you was the target. I have led the opposition to building this army. But someone would stop at nothing.
Woo, that Jar Jar, did you guys see that? He has aged so bad. Oh, damn it, I went back too far. It's really hard to rewind on this. My apologies. I went back a little too far. My god, he looks like PlayStation level animation. He's like PS2, PS3 at the best. Woo!
But more important, the security measure before you.
That is gamer quality. That does not look like movie quality animation. That is not held up in the slightest. The lighting is all wrong. The textures are so flat. Disney, throw money at your old movies and just go back and retexturize everything. It can't be that hard. Just go back and fix these guys. Please. Please. Are you streaming the audio on Twitch or Discord? I'm streaming the audio on Discord for the movie. And then me on Twitch. Who looked better in the PS1 game? You guys should be able to hear the audio in the Discord. If you guys can't, let me know. But the audio for the movie should be in the Discord. You shouldn't hear it on here because I get copyright stricken for the audio. Thank you, YouTube. Audio is fine in the Discord? Cool. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Declaration of war. Does anyone even want?
Yay, Natalie Portman!
Due to the lateness of the hour, the seriousness of the occasion, we will take up the matter. Till then, the Senate is adjourned. I did not much longer. I can hold up the third, my friend. More and more star systems are joining the separatists. If they do break away, I will not let this republic that has stood for 1,000 years be split into two. In negotiations, they will not fail. If they do, you must realize there aren't enough Jedi to protect the republic. We'll keep them. Hasta together. Think it will really come to war. Good. Let them in.
Send them in.
Our intelligence sources from its spice manual. shouldn't be outrageous. You really think that's a wise decision? Especially time.
Chancellor, if I may comment, I cannot
The
believe
situation is that serious. But I do, Senator. I really, I do. Well, additional security might be disrupted. But they have someone you're familiar with. A new friend, like Mr. Kennedy.
That's fine. He's just returned from the border dispute on Antioch. Really could be mistaken.
The sort of Not at all. I've told you this since we fell into that nest of difficulties. You fell into that nightmare, mister, and I rescued you, remember? Yes.
They're so cute. He's legal, guys. That's what she's gonna think, anyways. I'm surprised I'm not playing more Battlefront 2. I thought about it, but I haven't watched the movies in so long, and I am behind on the content, so. Seemed like a good time.
Annie? My goodness, you girl.
Well, for a senator.
They really are cute. Friend zone.
I don't need more security. I want to know this truth.
We're here to protect you, sir. Not to start some investigation. We'll find out who's trying to kill you. Promise you. We will not exceed our mandate, my young fellow. And in protecting the master important, we cannot go through this exercise again. And you will pay attention to my lead. Why? Why else do you think we were assigned to her undefined building? Protection is a job for local security, not Jedi. It's over, no master. Investigation is implied in our men. We will do exactly as the council has instructed.
Seeing how Ian McGregor's appearance changes throughout these movies into Alec Guinness's is just awesome. I'm excited to see the series because I haven't seen Obi-Wan yet. I know.
Hardly even recognize her. I've thought about her every day since we parted.
How dare I? I know. That's why we're doing this. Look at Jar Jar wearing that Crimson Dawn logo. Because he's Sith, but no one wants to believe it.
Be careful, they're very poisonous. Sadly, there can be no mistakes this time.
I always want to call them Crimson Alliance, but it's Crimson Dawn. And I don't know why I do that. It's not a theory, it's been confirmed. And that was the original story arc. He's supposed to be the Sith's version of Yoda. I didn't know that. Yeah, the original trilogy was supposed to mirror the prequel trilogy was supposed to mirror the original trilogy. And it was supposed to be Anakin and Jar Jar the way it's Luke and Yoda. But George fucked up movie episodes 2 and 3, so
being around her again. Toxic. Be mindful of your thoughts and make a choice. You've made a commitment to the Jedi Order. Commitment not easily broken. Yeah, she's a politician. They're not to be trusted.
those pesky politicians. Nothing like death centipedes. How are they smart enough to not get caught by a droid? I don't. They're bugs.
I said it too.
How do you not wake up with that on you? She didn't even wake to Annie jumping on the bed. Girl sleeps like a log. What a life. I struggle to get to sleep and I don't have anybody trying to kill me. I wish I slept like that. She's taking something strong before bedtime. What kind of spice is she taking, man? Damn. How do I get on that list for that kind of spice? For those of you who don't know, spice is a generalized term for space drugs. All the drugs in Star Wars are just called spice. I don't know why. Space Coke. Yeah, there's spice spines. They mine whatever the drug is. I don't know. There's entire spice planets that are slaves and stuff. The spice. bad, not bad. I think I make a better one.
So Yoda, the soul for my God, I already did. Only in your mind. I better practice.
However, if you like good soda, Sprecher brand is really good. They also have these at Dollar Tree. But they have orange soda, it's called Orange Dream. It's like an orange creamsicle. They got cream soda and root beer. And I think they also have a cola one. I don't drink cola. But this smells so good. I wish I could just put it up to the mic and you guys could have smell-o-vision and smell it. These PS2 graphics, though, yeah. They make me want to play a game again because I feel like I'm watching gameplay. I feel like I'm watching, like, a cutscene in a video game. Spice his mind on the harsh planet Kessel under oppressive conditions, often exploiting slave labor, a range of mind-altering substances with various effects and uses. Factual. That's. Did you know that off the top of your head, or did you Google it? Because that's like a very perfect description of it. Google, of course. Ah, yes. This makes me want to play Lego Star Wars. Because this whole chase scene is a thing. You've never looked it up before?
Shortcut. Thanks.
Why would you have to have, like, drive-through tunnels through these buildings? And why do these buildings need to be this tall? They're, like, so unnecessarily big.
Well, you've lost it. Deeply sorry, Master. That was some shortcut happened. He went completely the other way. Once again, you proved, if you'll excuse me.
That's bad. I just saw the lines before he said them. I mean, Anakin jumping out of that is a pretty baller move. It's a pretty hot move. How are you gonna lose your lightsaber? You're a Jedi. Can't you fucking force pull it back up? Or just not drop it in the first place. That too. I mean, that's the main thing. Just don't drop it. And, like, force pull them to you, you know? .
What? Sorry, I went in there to hide, not to run. Yes, next time try not to. Yeah. I get the feeling you're going to the death of me. Don't say that, Master. You're the closest thing I have to a father. Then why don't you listen to me? You see, I think he's a she. I think she's a changeling. Extra bell. Don't. Where are you going?
You have the Phantom Menace on PS1 and had so much fun playing it. I had fun playing like the Speed Racer or Pod Racer game last year. That's how Jedi should be using their powers. They should be going into shady areas like that. And having people turn their lives around. Positive mind control. Always try to spot a young Han Solo in bars like this.
Jedi business. Go back to your ears.
I'm a mess. I keep dropping popcorn.
Too hard. Tell us now. It was a bounty hunter called.
Find out who's working. Safe. Don't use racial transport.
It's the leader of the opposition. Be very different. Consider that.
I don't care. Go to the Senate and ask them to help me.
Motherfucker, I keep dropping popcorn. A mess.
Your guidance. You don't need guidance. Anytime.
We watched an edited version of The Acolyte yesterday. But I hadn't watched it.
He is not ready to be given this assignment.
Boy, that's
But he still has much to learn, Master.
I never understood that. What's up, Joey? We're good. We're watching episode 2. The extended cut. Attack of the Bones. No, the fact that they think that bringing balance to the Force is a good thing when there's really no Sith and it's all Jedi.
To not be here when his fate is decided.
Sometimes we must let go of our pride and do what is requested.
It's like, bro, there doesn't need to be great balance. That's gonna kill the Jedi. Yeah, the Sith always has the rule too. Yeah, so if you bring balance to the Force, wouldn't that get rid of all the Jedi?
But he feels that you're too unpredictable. Move on. It's worse. Don't be critical. He never listens to you. He doesn't understand.
Well, Anakin, you sound like a little kid to me right now. You sound like a bitch. Big bitch. Have you guys heard the theory that Padme didn't actually love Anakin and that he was unintentionally influencing her to love him back with the Force? I actually kind of like that theory. Padme was a real man. She had the hots for Mace Windu. I don't understand why she didn't have the hots for Obi-Wan. I also don't know if the Sith have a rule of 2 for each planet or each system, so we never truly know how many of them are out there at once. That there's always an apprentice that has an apprentice because they want to become the leader. So there's always at least 3. Like, realistically. Too much of a father figure. He got that DILF energy. I don't know. Bet you had a thing for Qui-Gon. I talked about this yesterday. I always thought Shmi and Qui-Gon low-key had a thing for each other. Darth, I'd like to feck. That would be Maul. Maul, y'all. Maul is the best, by far.
Obi-Wan.
Hello, Dex.
Take a seat. I'll be right with you.
Oh, yes, thank you.
So, my friend, what can I do for you?
You can tell me what this is.
Wow. What do you know? I ain't seen one of these since I was prospecting on Sub-Terrell.
Hold on. Let me pause this real quick.
Can you tell me where it came from?
Let me pause this real quick. So, Bumble, what we're doing, so this is a chronological watch order, but we're doing like extended cuts and fan edits and stuff. Now, I have seen the Clone Wars, but what I'm really excited for is what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be watching the Clone Wars that's been edited to actually be in chronological order. So I'm really excited for that. So I've seen the Clone Wars in error order, but because I was like getting frustrated with jumping around, so I just watched it like on Disney Plus or something. But I've been wanting to watch it in chronological order, so I'm actually very excited to see it in chronological order, in cohesive stories, broken down in the order it's supposed to be done. Now, I have seen The Bad Batch, but I honestly can't remember if I've seen the 3rd season or not. I don't think I have, but I'm pretty sure I've seen the first 2. I think I've seen the first 2 seasons, but I can't remember for sure if I've seen the 3rd. But I haven't seen The Acolyte, but yesterday we watched a version of The Acolyte that's called the Corcoran Cut, and it basically restructures it so it focuses on Soul and turns it into a movie that has like decent pacing and story building. And it wasn't bad. And then we watched Tales of the Jedi, some of the episodes of that in chronological order, and then episode 1. And then we're gonna go into this, and then the Clone Wars, the 2003 one, which is originally not actually part of the canon, but this is a canon edit. So it removes all the stuff that's not canon or conflicts with the canon and keeps everything else, because I guess most of it does actually overlap with the canon. So, and I haven't seen that, so I'm excited for that. So a lot of these edits I actually haven't seen, but I'm really excited for. It takes a lot of the shows and takes their story arcs and puts them into like little mini movies and puts them in chronological order. So I'm very excited for that. But yes, Raven and Bane are still your faves. But Darth Raven, he's not like canon anymore, right? He's not, right? He's not canon, right? Didn't they make him not canon? They haven't reintroduced him, have they? If Harry hadn't have destroyed Palpatine's last Horcrux, then we would have never had to suffer Rey. I wish that the sequel trilogy would have definitely had some more care put into it, because I see a story there that makes sense. I feel like I understand what they were trying to do, but it just wasn't well executed. Wasn't there talks about Keanu playing him? Yeah. Well, that's at least what fans want. And I gotta be honest, the fans are right on that one. That's a pretty good casting choice. Yeah, Raven. I call him Raven. It's easier. Raven. I call him Raven. I don't know. But yeah, so I also haven't seen the Book of Boba. I also haven't seen not the Bad Batch, Ahsoka. I haven't seen the Skeleton Crew. So I am behind on some of this stuff, and I've been wanting to get caught up on it, and I feel like if I just the last time I got caught up on stuff, I watched a chronological thing. I feel like every time I want to get caught up on something, I have to sit down and rewatch all of it. So I really enjoy rewatching all of it in a new way, because we got the new fan edits, the extended edits, we got the Clone Wars being edited to be in proper order, we've got these mini movies for the story arcs from the shows. I'm really excited for the Siege of Mandalore cut for episode 3. I'm really looking forward to that, like, a lot. So, yeah, Mandalorian. I watched The Mandalorian. I remember when he took his helmet off, and I don't want to do any spoilers and stuff, but I think that was season 3, right? I think I saw all 3 seasons, unless that was at the end of season 2 and I forgot. But sounds like a nice long cozy week of all stars. Oh yeah, but we're gonna be watching all of Star Wars from start to end, until we get done with it. So I'm excited. It's gonna be a big binge watch. I'm not gonna watch any of it without you guys. I'm not gonna leave it on all the time like I have with previous ones, because I want to watch it. So everything's gonna be watched together. But I just wanted to get you up to speed on that. But yeah, we have lots of edits, and if anybody wants any of the edited versions that I have from Numeral Joker or the Corcoran cut, I also have, I think his name's Andy Wynn. He has a cut of episode 5 that we're gonna watch, so I'm just really excited to see all these new cuts and new ways to experience the movies with all the deleted scenes and lighting fixes and color fixes and stuff like that, so it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be good. That month of you and me watching all the Godzilla movies? Exactly. We were talking about watching Greg the Bunny earlier, which I would love to watch Greg the Bunny with you guys. I haven't seen Greg the Bunny in so long, and it holds such a special place in my heart. The world was not ready for Greg the Bunny, but the producers of Greg the Bunny and me, we were living in the same time zone. The world was not. The world was just not ready for it yet. I was ready for it, and I'm so sad that they couldn't produce more of it. It was fucking beast of a show. You don't know what Greg the Bunny is? We're gonna fix that. Greg the Bunny, Nicolas Cage will be replacing Hamill as Luke Skywalker. Oh god. Greg the Bunny focuses on a reality where puppets live among humans and they're real, and it focuses on like a kids TV show like Sesame Street, where there's puppets and humans, but instead of it being puppets controlled by humans, it's just puppets, and they coexist, and it's an adult show. It's not for kids because like when they're not filming, you know, the kids show, there's really raunchy stuff going on. There's like love interests, and it's an adult comedy, and it's so fucking good. It's so funny. Like people see puppets and they're not really sure about it, but it had Sarah Silverman on it back when she was like really young and still funny. And it had Seth Green on it. He was like the main actor. Him and Greg the Bunny were best friends since like college or something. But Greg the Bunny, his dream is to be on this show for kids. It's called Grand Junction, I think, or it's on Grand Junction. I can't remember the name of the kids show, but anyway, the kids show takes place in Grand Junction, and his dream is to be on that show. His idol is on that show because there's not a lot of rabbit puppet representation, and his best friend Seth, his dad is a producer or director on the show, and it's just, he gets in it. It's just fun. It's a fun show. There's lots of great guest stars on it. Like every episode I think has a great guest star, and it's all around grade A comedy. I love it. I might be hyping it up. It might not be your type of humor, but I loved the show. It was so much fun. Kind of like Happy Time Murders. Maybe. Oh, Happy Tree Friends. Do you guys remember that show? That was like a real life version of Itchy and Scratchy. It's a movie by the Jim Henson Company that features humans and Muppets, and it's raunchy as fuck. I don't know if I've actually seen Happy Time Murders. Now that I think about it. Anywho, let's hop back into Star Wars. Take a little vent break. You've never seen those? Well, we'll fix that. We'll fucking fix that. We definitely gotta watch Greg.
I wonder why it didn't show up in the analysis archives.
She's only little cuts on the side that give it away. Those analysis droids only focus on symbols.
Man, the animation though.
Have more respect for the difference between knowledge and wisdom.
Well, if droids could think, there'd be none of us here. I'm not familiar with it. Is it in the Republic?
No, it's beyond the outer rim. I'd say about 12 parsecs outside the Rishi maze. Should be easy to find, even for those droids in your ark. These are Camino themselves. Dead humans, too.
Clones. Are they friendly?
Well, it depends
Depends on what things.
on how good your manners are.
Dex got creepy there for a second, he. And of course, if you guys were watching yesterday, Tales of the Jedi showed Count Dooku being the one to delete the archives.
He was one of the most brilliant Jedi I had the privilege of knowing.
Never understood why he quit.
Well, one might say he was always a bit out of step with the decisions of the council. Much like your old master, Qui-Gon Jinn.
Really?
Oh, yes, they were very individual thinkers. Idealists. In the end, I think he, because he lost faith in the Republic. He disappeared for 9 or 10 years and turned up recently as head of the separatist movement.
Very interesting. I'm not sure I completely understand.
Well, did you call me over here for a history lesson? Are you having a problem, Master Kenobi?
Yes, I'm looking for a planetary system called Camino. It doesn't show up in the archive charts.
I rather like the animation being used for flashbacks. I like that.
According to my information, it should appear in this quadrant here, just south of the Rishi Maze.
If that's too jarring for you guys, I'm sorry. I have a really good, like, suspension of disbelief, so it's not as jarring to me.
Perhaps the archives.
That was cool. Okay, cool. I'm glad you like it. So in one of the earlier episodes that we saw, Count Dooku, the Tales of the Jedi, before he kills Yaddle, he deletes the data on Kimono. Or the fuck? Yeah, whatever. Kimono. Yeah. But so that's one thing with these numeral Joker edits, is that they incorporate the animation in with the live action, and I'm really for that.
Possession is forbidden. Compassion, I would define as unconditional, essential to a Jedi's life. So you might say that we are encouraged to let up.
You changed so much.
Bro's really stretching it.
You're exactly the way I revealed my dream.
She's 5 years older than him.
Hello. I'm sorry to disturb you, Master. I'm looking for a planet described to me by an old friend. I trust him, but the systems don't show in the archive maps.
Lost a planet, Master Obi-Wan has. Embarrassing. How embarrassing. The Machines. Gather around the map reader. Here you go. Might be one's favorite planet.
It ought to be here, but it isn't. Gravity is pulling all stars in the area towards this spot.
Gravity silhouette remains, but the star and all the planets disappeared there. How can this be? A thought? Anyone?
Master? Because someone erased it from the archive.
Truly wonderful the mind of a child is. Go to the center of gravity and find your planet. The data must have been erased.
Master Yoda, who could empty information from the archives? That's impossible, isn't it?
Dangerous and disturbing this was. A Jedi could have erased those files, but why? Harder to answer. Meditators.
The fact that they don't have like a bulk backup data system, I don't know. Or maybe that's what he did delete it from, was the complete everything. Backup and all.
With the air, oh, it smells of flowers.
That sounds just waterfall. When I first saw the capital, I was very young. I'd never seen a waterfall before. I thought they were so beautiful. I never dreamed that one day I'd be living in a palace.
Tell me, did you dream of power and politics when you were a little girl?
No, that was the last thing I thought of. I wasn't the youngest queen ever elected. But now that I think back on it, I'm not sure I was ready.
People you served thought you did a good job. I heard they even tried to amend the Constitution so you could stay in office.
Popular rule is not democracy. It gives the people what they want, not what they need. I was relieved when I took her forever. So were my parents. They were very worried about me during the blockade. I couldn't wait for it.
Imagine being 14 and running a planet.
Amazing, wonderful. The queen asked me to serve as senator. I couldn't refuse her.
I agree with her. I think the Republic needs you.
Which security cam's watching? Who uses it? Yeah. Why isn't there like a user audit for actions of what users did what? Like, this user deleted this file data.
There's something happening in the system we should know.
Master, do you think a Jedi could have erased those files?
I hope not. This disturbance in the force is making it hard to get a sense of data.
A login records, etc. Yeah.
He's not ready to be himself.
Prophecy is true. He is the one who will bring balance to the force.
But he still has much to learn. I realize now what you and Master Yoda knew from the beginning, before it was too old to start his training. Master, we should not
emotional connection. It's been there since he was a boy. Now he's confused.
No, he's not confused. He's a horny teenager.
You must have faith that he will choose the right man. Yes,
He went through puberty thinking about nothing about her. Just saying. You think some 14-year-olds would do better than most of our world's leaders? Yeah, I mean, I feel like I would have done a good job. Just saying. Because 14-year-olds would just, like, kind of erase the rules and just be like, okay, now this goes here and this goes here, and you guys don't do this anymore. You're gonna get in trouble. You guys know what the sun looks like. Ask Japan. Yeah. 14-year-olds would not play.
It's outrageous. But after 4 trials in the Supreme Court, Newt Gunray is still the viceroy of the trade.
That bro hasn't aged in 10 years.
Senate is powerless to resolve this crisis.
We must keep our faith in the Republic. The day we stop believing democracy can work is the day we lose it. Let's pray that day never comes. In the meantime, we must consider your own safety.
What is your suggestion, Master Jedi?
Oh, Anakin's not a Jedi yet. He's still a Padawan learner. But I was thinking...
Hold on a minute.
Excuse me. I was thinking I would stay in the Lake Country. There's some places out there that are very isolated.
Excuse me. I'm in charge of security here, milady.
And this is my home. I know it very well. That's why we're here. I think it would be wise if you took advantage of my knowledge in this instance. Perfect. It's set.
Ah, their first lovers spat. It's funny how they have ships that can travel faster than light, but they can't keep their own records safe. Right? All of her outfits are amazing. We should just dress like that all the time. Shit, I'll wear her dresses. And you'd work it, too. Like, that outfit's adorable!
Anakin, this is my sister, Sol. Hello, Anakin.
Hello.
This is my mother. Hello. You made it just in time for dinner. I hope you're hungry, Anakin.
A little.
He's been polite while we're starving.
Well, you've come to the right place at the right time.
Honey, it's so good to see you safe. We were so worried.
Dear.
I know. But I had to say it. Now it's done. Did you know, Anakin, you're the first boyfriend my sister's ever brought home? He's not my boyfriend. Anakin's a friend. We've known each other for years. He's a Jedi assigned to me by the Senate.
Why is he hurt by that comment? You're not her boyfriend.
They didn't tell us it was that serious. It's not, I promise. I'm not in any danger.
I'm not in any danger. I've just had multiple assassination attempts on my life. It's fine.
I'm afraid she is.
I will definitely try to do your hair, though. I feel like I'm better at doing other people's hair than my own hair.
Yeah, before that I was a builder. I also worked for a freedom relief movement, but I was very young.
Why haven't you told us about it? What's there to talk about?
You know what? Hold on. Hold on. Pause.
So stop it.
Hold on. Pause for a second. But, oh boy, I don't think it's necessary. Hold on, let's get into psychology of this for just a second. I don't think it's necessarily that he didn't like hearing that he wasn't her boyfriend. I think it's how quick she was to shut that down. Because that's a thing, you know? It's not necessarily like, yeah, he gave her that look, right? Like, you know, like he was hurt by it. But I don't think it was necessarily that she shut him down. I think it was how quick she was to shut him down. And it's stuff like that that makes me kind of give a little bit of weight to that theory that he influences her, you know, to start falling for him, because she's very against, you know, she's like, you'll always be that little boy. No, he's not my boyfriend. No, you know, you guys aren't allowed to love. Like, she's completely cut off and distanced herself from him. Like, she doesn't show any romantic interest at all, you know, up until this point at least. So I think it's the fact that, like, yeah, I'm not her boyfriend, but did she have to say it like that quickly and harshly, you know? Like, she was just so quick on it. But anyway, sorry, let's go.
It's obvious he has feelings for you. Our relationship is strictly professional.
So tell me, son.
He's just a boy.
Seriously,
Yeah.
There have been 2 attempts on her life. Chances are there will be more. My master's tracking down the assassins. I'm sure he'll find out who they are.
Yeah.
The situation won't last long.
Yeah, worry her father. That's a good move.
You still live at home?
I move around so much. Never had a place of my own. Official residence is of no warmth. I feel good here. I feel at home.
Never really had a home. Home was always where my mom was.
Hey, the holographic photos. Star Wars did it first, Harry Potter. Suck on that.
Is this you?
That was when the relief group. Their son was imploding. I was dying. I was helping relocate all the children. See that little one I'm holding? Her name was Nugget. She was a sweetheart. I'm so full of life. They all were. They were never able to adapt, to live off their native planet. They all died. My first day as an apprentice legislator. That was the difference.
I love these extended scenes because I haven't seen a lot of like deleted scenes and stuff from these movies.
Right where it should be. I'm missing it.
Why yellow walls? Yellow walls is actually, it comes in waves as common, but it's attributed to being a color that sparks joy and happiness, you know, like sunshine, sunflowers. It's supposed to kind of bring energy. It's one of those colors that are supposed to like make your brain kind of wake up a little bit, be a little bit more active. It's supposed to be a happy color that is bright. At least it wasn't like an ugly yellow. It could have been like mustard yellow, you know? Or neon.
The Prime Minister is expected.
I'm expected.
Of course. He is anxious to meet. After all these years, we would be contented to thank you for coming. Now please, this way.
I was just thinking at least it was a mustard yellow. Yeah. It was like a warm yellow, which is nice.
May I present
I wouldn't personally do it.
Prime Minister of Kameen. And this is Master Jedi.
Obi-Wan Kenobi. I trust you're going to enjoy your stay.
I always love the Kaminoans. Kaminoans, I think.
And now to business.
Love their design.
We delighted to hear that we are on schedule. 200,000 units already. That's good news. Please tell your master, Cypher DS, that his order will be met on time. Master.
Jedi Master Cypher Diaz is still a leading member of the Jedi Council, is he not?
Master Cypher Diaz was killed almost 10 years ago.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. But I'm sure he would have been proud of the army we built for him.
The army?
Yes, a clone army, and I must say, one of the finest we've ever created.
Tell me, Prime Minister, when my master first contacted you, did you say it was for?
Of course he did. This army is for the Republic. But you must be anxious to inspect the units for yourself.
That's why I'm here.
How strong are the neck muscles, though? I mean, they seem to be working. But it does seem like they wear a lot of tall neck gear, maybe to support it. I always thought it was, like, fashion choice, but it might be practical as well, so they don't have to rely on their neck muscles all the time. You know, alleviate some stuff. I cannot wait to dye my halter top to look like that. I'm so excited.
I love the water. We used to lie out on the sand and let the sun dry us. I try to guess the names of the birds singing.
They chat and their heads flop over.
It's cold, rough, and irritating, and it gets everywhere. Not like here. Here everything's soft. That's me.
I mean, to be fair, she's like, I don't think of you that way, Annie, but also look at this super amazing outfit I can wear. Just saying. She kind of teasing him a lot. Or it's like a subconscious thing where she's like, I don't want him, but I want to look good. Not realizing that she wants to look good because she wants to look good for him.
Sorry. Very impressive.
Rapeable. Well, anything is, I guess, technically. It's just what you're willing to go after, I guess. I can't. This chat. This chat. B.
Would take a lifetime to grow. You do it half the time.
I see.
They are totally obedient, taking any order without question. We
Right here.
their genetic structure to make them less independent than the original host.
And who was the original host?
A bounty hunter called Jango Fett.
And where is this bounty hunter now?
Oh, we keep him here.
Rape me.
Pay, which is considerable.
No. That's how you take the room temperature test. But
Unaltered clone.
good effort.
Curious, isn't it?
Unaltered.
Pure genetic replication. And break with the structure to make it more docile. And no birth acceleration.
I should very much like to meet this Jango Fett.
I would be very happy to arrange it for you.
Do 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 do.
Magnificent, aren't they?
Sure, you just don't want to tell me.
I'm pretty sure no living person has heard those words and thought, yeah, I'm down.
Work on the week.
At least buy me dinner first, damn.
I was 12.
Alright, get the picture.
Ha! Jealous.
Maybe he was this smart.
You really don't like politicians, do you?
I like 2 or 3. But I'm not really sure about one of them. I don't think the system works.
How would you have it work?
We need a system where the politicians sit down and discuss the problem. Agree what's in the best interest of all the people, and then do it.
That's exactly what we do. The trouble is that people don't always agree.
Well, then they should be made to.
By whom? Who's going to make them?
I don't know. Someone.
You?
Of course not me.
But someone.
Someone wise.
Sounds an awful lot like a dictatorship to me.
I'm gonna assume that was Kick Chat. Yeah. Yeah, he got banned. You can talk shit about me. I don't give a fuck. But you don't come after my other people. You don't come after my people. That's when you do the mama bear thing. Like, how sad. Like, what small dick energy that was, you know? I was about to jump in there. That's okay. Only people with small peepees talk like that. Forgot my password. You know, this yellow dress is really the only outfit of hers I don't like. That and her wedding dress. Wait, what kind of fucking shoes is she wearing? Hold up, those look like sneakers. Hold on. I want to see what kind of kicks that girl's got on. They were tussling around in the grass. That's really the only outfit, but yellow's not really my color to wear. It does not look good on my skin tone. Like, I want it to. Hold on. Okay, I guess they're like flats. Okay, they're like little flats. I thought they looked like sneakers, but they're flats. I guess I'll allow flats in the Star Wars universe. But for a second they did. They straight up looked like sneakers. I was like, now wait a minute.
Is your father? Yep. Did we see him? Sure.
I can't see that scene without thinking about the behind the scenes. Ewan told that kid, I guess he couldn't get the shot right, the kid couldn't, and he was like, when I open the door, make a face like I just had a really stinky fart, and that was the shot they kept.
Your claims are very impressive. You must be very proud. I'm just a simple man trying to make my way in the universe. Haven't made your way as far into the interior as Coruscant. Once or twice. Recently? Possibly. Then you must know Master Cypodius. Baba, Ude Sodi. Master who? Cypodius. Is he not the Jedi who hired you for this job?
I know we were talking about that. I've seen that interview. Yeah, that's a great interview.
Really? I was recruited by a man called Tyrannus at one of the rooms of Bogda. Curious. Do you like your armor? I look forward to seeing it in action.
For those of you who don't know, Tyrannus is Dooku. Hey, thanks for the resub, Bumble.
When I got to them, we went into aggressive negotiations.
Aggressive negotiations, you say?
Well, negotiations with a lightsaber.
Oh, so anonymous gifter. I didn't see the anonymous part. Well, thank you, anonymous gifter, for Bumble sub. Appreciate you. That's so very kind, very generous. Super sweet. Definitely appreciate that. That outfit slays. Look at that. I found some pieces that I think I could put that outfit together for. Because that's a pretty simple outfit. I mean, her hair's just like in a braid. I can do that. I can braid my hair all day. The choker part? Yeah, that's a cool choker.
My heart is beating, hoping that it's one of you stop. You are in my damn soul. What? I will do anything.
She's like, no, Annie! I don't want any!
Please help me.
You live in the real world. Not that. You're studying to become a Jedi. I'm studying. If you follow your thoughts through to conclusion, it'll take us to a place we cannot go. Regardless of the way we feel.
And you do feel something.
I will not let you give up your future.
You're asking me to be rational. That is something I know I cannot do. Believe me, I wish that I could just wish away my feelings. But I can't. Well, you know, we'll have to be that way.
If you living a life, couldn't keep you where we wanted to. I couldn't do that. You, Anakin, could you live like that?
You're right. Struggles.
That look right there is a terrifying look. That's a you're gonna be mine no matter what look. See, that's the kind of stuff that makes me think that that shit is legit as far as that theory goes. That's the kind of stuff that makes me think that Annie has put his, fucking Jedi mind tricks on her. Even if it's not intentional. It may be intentional, which is really sinister, but I would like to think it's not intentional and he accidentally influenced her.
assassinate Senator Amatala.
No, Master, the prince is no mercy.
Do not assume anything, Obi-Wan. Clearly, your mind must be if you are to discover the real villains behind this plot.
Yes, Master. They say Master Sanity is placed an order for a clone army at the request of the Senate almost 10 years ago. Never authorized the creation of a clone army.
No, whoever placed that order did not have the authorization of the Jedi Council.
Bring him here. Question him. We will.
Yes, Master. I will report back when I have it.
Line in creation of this clone army. See.
I think it is time we inform the Senate that the clone
Only the Dark Lord of the Secret knows of our weakness. If informed the Senators, multiply our adversaries will.
No. No. What? No.
Understand why they don't just let him visit his mom. Like, after the first dream, they know he has visions of the future. Like, after his first nightmare, they should have just let him go. Like, yeah, go check on your mom. Have a little vacay. It's fine.
Presence is sorted. But I don't have nightmares. Saw my mother. She's suffering badly. Saw her as clearly as I see you now. She is in pain. I know I'm disobeying my mandate to protect you, Senator. But I have to go. I have to help her. I'm sorry, I don't have a choice.
That's such a weird response to that. I'll go with you. I don't have a choice. I don't understand what that response is supposed to mean. Vetus. Yeet him. Fucking Banhammer McGee over here. Bruce Banner. Fast as fuck, boy. Yeah, get fucked. Get fucked, fat.
Oh, not good.
Not good. I love how everything panned out, how he can play him in the, he can play Boba because he's aged up enough and everything's progressed in the timeline enough to where he can be Boba as well. I love that. And now water. Water is all that's left. By choice. I shouldn't have had 2 sodas, but spoiled myself a little bit. That outfit is gorgeous. I want that wardrobe.
Wait right there.
Okay, okay.
Chut water. Give me chasa hopa.
Yehuda, Yubana Piota, Jada, Jedi, Nobata, no.
Hotta.
Mi boska da Shmi Skywalker.
Nani? So splendid. Jedi. What do you know? Hey, maybe you could handle some date creeps who owe me a lot of money.
My mother.
Oh, Shmi. She's not mine no more. I sold her.
You sold her.
Years ago. Sorry, Annie, but you know, business is business, huh? Yeah, I sold her to a moisture farmer named Lars. At least I think it was Lars. And believe it or not, I heard he freed her. And can't you beat that, eh? Yeah.
Do you know where they are?
Someplace over on the other side of Moss Eisley, I think.
I'd like to know.
Sure. So long to me. Let's go look at my breakfast, huh?
Like, water's all business, but, like, he's clearly nice in his own way, you know? Like, he doesn't have to help Annie. And he's like, it's nice. She got bought and married. If we could all be so lucky.
What's to put a homing device on our hull? Hang on, son, we'll move into the asteroid field. And we'll have a couple of surprises for you.
Why? This is the same problem I had in the other movie. Why would you try to track something in space? It's not like you can stay 6 cars back on the interstate. It's fucking space. It's you and one other spaceship. Like, you can't follow somebody, like, covertly in space. You just gotta let them get to their destination and then follow. Like, if we can follow by satellites, they can follow by satellites.
Seem to take a hint, this guy.
Just saying. These graphics. Oh, I feel like I got a popcorn kernel skin. I think I got it. No, I didn't. The downside of popcorn. I keep it real with you guys. There it is. I got it that time. Fire! Fire, Dad! This seems like this should have been a mission for Anakin, and Obi-Wan should have protected. I'm just saying. Although Anakin wouldn't have been as slick.
We just have to finish him. That's the spare podcasters.
I don't understand why you can't use the Force to, like, push it into a rock, you know?
We'll be seeing him again.
False. Hi, Bagheera. That's my boy.
Well, fool, I think we waited long enough. Unusual concentration of Federation ships over there, Arthur.
Stay with the ship, Archie.
Bagheera, what are you doing? Come here, kitty kitty. Well, fine.
How may I be of service? I see.
3 p.m.
The maker. Oh, Master Annie. I knew you would return. I knew it. And Miss Annie had not. Bless my circuits, I'm too pleased to see you both.
Come to see my mother.
I think perhaps we could get downdoors. Master, I have present two most important visitors.
Anakin Skywalker. Owen Lars. This is my girlfriend, Baru.
Hello.
I guess I'm your stepbrother. I had a feeling you might show up someday. Is my mother here?
No, she's not. Leave ours. It's me as the wife. Should put him inside. Just put it back. Mother, God.
I love the little desert glues. I've always loved those. I want that outfit. That outfit is fucking great. Didn't they leave that set out there? Yeah, it's still there. Yeah, it's on a list of like abandoned set sites. It's just out there. I don't know where there is, but I know it's out there. Should go there someday and visit it. If you can't, can you visit it? Let's see. Let's see, where is it? Abandoned and in ruins. The deserts of Tunisia? It's in North Africa. Who's gonna complain about a set being left in the middle of the desert in the middle of nowhere in North Africa? Like, I guess, what are they gonna do? Bring it back? Like, they're not gonna bring it back. That'd be cool if they did, though. Imagine someone goes and retrieves it. They do all this work to try to find the Titanic. That's just, like, right over there. Just put that on a truck or something. A trailer.
Wait, the comments here, we don't put the line. What about the secretary from Abu? Is legit? I'm not signing your treaty until I have a paper on my desk. I am a man of my word, Vice. I explained to you earlier that I am quite convinced that 10,000 Moors will rally to our cause with your support. But that will be
They're banking. They sign your treaty.
good, very good. Since the Trade Federation takes their support, when their battle droids are combined with yours, an army greater than any in the galaxy. The Jedi know the way.
Yeah, seriously, if he had just, like, gone and visited when he first had a dream, he could have either saved her or prevented it from happening. Like, I mean, there's nothing wrong with destroying the Tusken Raiders. They're a vicious group. Like, what's the point of keeping her alive to torture her? I guess I don't understand. I never understood the motivation with the Tusken Raiders and Shmi and keeping her alive and torturing her and stuff. That never really made sense to me. Um, mean, it just doesn't seem to make sense to me. I never thought anything. You think she was getting Tuscan rated all night long?
Stay with me, Mom.
You think breeding? But they're not human. I thought there, cause doesn't he say something? Well, in a minute, doesn't he say even he killed the women and younglings? So convenient that she dies right after he gets there. I also want to know why nobody felt this, because this to me feels like his first major shift to the dark side, you know? Like, oh, that was Qui-Gon, wasn't it? Qui-Gon's voice? Like, how do they not know? To be fair, it's been a really long time since I've seen the prequels. But, like, how was that not the red flag? You know, they should have been like, yeah, this is it.
Anakin, Naboo. Closer. Anakin? Anakin, do you copy? This is Obi-Wan Kenobi. Anakin, he's not on Naboo, R4. I'm going to try and widen the range. Hope nothing's happened to him.
Oh, this is interesting.
That's Anakin's tracking signal, all right. But it's coming from Tatooine.
Hold on. This is interesting. It says, according to, now this is really good. I actually want to read these because apparently, so there's junior novelizations and there's young adult novels. So for Star Wars, you know, you got your adult comics, you have the movies, and then you have like the books that are the novelizations of the movies, but there's also young adult versions of a lot of it. So there are some young adult versions of some of the comics that are really dark, and some of the movie content and the novelizations that kind of add some story and take out some story. So they take out some of the things that may be considered a little too dark for younger audiences, and then they also will fluff it up and add some story and content that is, you know, that younger readers will understand, but as the story. So this is really interesting. It says that according to the junior novelization of Star Wars Episode 2, Attack of the Clones, the Tusken Raiders took Shmi deliberately in order to goad the colonists into pursuing them so they could launch a series of deadly traps. It was only when they had accomplished that fearful goal that they began torturing Shmi. So they started torturing her for fun, basically, after they were able to do a bunch of deadly attacks on the colonists. That explains why her husband got his legs blown off. Yeah. And, you know, honestly, that makes sense. that makes a lot of sense though, because aren't the Tusken Raiders? I don't know, maybe because I'm not up to date with all the lore. Some of the lore I have is from pre-Disney era, and I don't know if it's been replaced or if it's just a placeholder until they come up with something. Because a lot of people with the old lore versus the new lore, there's a lot of stuff the new lore hasn't covered yet, and people just kind of hold on to the old lore as a placeholder and just they believe it. But the Tusken Raiders, from what I understand, are, you know, that's their home planet, and they see humans and the colonists and stuff as like a sap on their resources. So it would kind of make sense that they're incredibly territorial and don't want outsiders and would torture them for fun, I guess, if they're really vile and evil. I mean, we have histories of that in our own war, you know, POWs getting tortured for fun and stuff, so. But yeah, interesting. Very interesting. I need to get a lot of these novels. I really do.
Blazes isn't doing that. I told him to stay on Naboo. Haven't got much time. Anakin, do your copy. This is Obi-Wan Kenobi. This message to shift of broken. Life seems so much simpler when you're fixing things. I'm good at fixing things. Always was. Why'd she have to die?
Don't know much about the writers either.
Yeah. I know I could have.
Sometimes there are things no one can fix. Not all powerful.
Well, I should be. Someday I will be. I will be the most powerful Jedi ever. I promise you. I will even learn to stop people from dying. It's all Obi-Wan's fault. He's jealous. He's holding me back.
I never liked this little outburst.
What's wrong?
Fear turns to pain.
I killed them. I killed them all. They're dead. Every single one of them. And not just the men, but the women. And the children, too. They're like animals. And I slaughtered them like animals. I hate them.
That should be a red flag for everyone.
I'm a Jedi. I know I'm better than these.
To be scared of someone that much, but to be like, all right, well, we gotta try to calm you down.
R2? What are you doing here?
It seems that he is carrying a message of Obi-Wan Kenobi. Master Andy, does that name mean anything to you?
Anakin, my long-range transmitter has been knocked out. Retransmit this message to Coruscant. I have tracked the bounty hunter Jango Fett to the droid foundries in Geonosis. The Trade Federation is to take delivery of a droid army here. And it is clear that Viceroy Gunray is behind the assassination attempts of Senator Amidala. The Commerce Guilds of the Corporate Alliance have both pledged their armies to Count Dooku and are forming a... Wait.
I agree. Anakin, we will deal with Count Dooku. The most important thing for you is to stay where you are. Protect the senator at all costs. That is your first priority.
We'll never get there when we have to save him. We have to come halfway across the galaxy. Look. Geonosis is less than a parsec away.
If he's still alive?
Annie, are you just gonna sit here and let him die? He's your friend, your mentor.
He's like my father. But you heard Master Windu. He gave me strict orders to stay here.
He gave you strict orders to protect me. And I'm going to help Obi-Wan. You plan to protect me. You'll just have to come along.
I love Padme. She's like a girl boss before being a girl boss was tainted and forced into stories, you know? She's just a bad bitch. Before the girl boss trope ruined everything.
Dooku must have made a treaty with them. Unfortunately, the debate is not over. The Senate will never approve the use of clothes before the Separatists attack.
This is a crisis. The Senate must vote the Chancellor emergency powers. He can then approve the creation of an army.
But what senator would have the courage to propose such a radical amendment?
If only Senator Amidala were here.
And all the pieces fall into place.
Traitor.
Oh no, my friend. This is a mistake, a terrible mistake. They've gone too far. This is madness.
I thought you were the leader here, Dooku.
This has nothing to do with me, I assure you. I will petition immediately to have you set free.
Well, I hope it doesn't take too long. I have work to do.
May I ask why a Jedi Knight is all the way out here on Geonosis?
I've been tracking a bounty hunter named Django Fett. Do you know him?
There are no bounty hunters here that I am aware of. The Geonosians don't trust them.
Well, who would blame them? But he is here, I can assure you.
It's a great pity that our paths have never crossed before, Obi-Wan. Qui-Gon always spoke very highly of you. I wish he was still alive.
What's up, Boonson?
Use his help right now.
Qui-Gon Jinn would never join you.
Don't be so sure, my young Jedi. Don't forget that he was once my apprentice, just as you were once his. He knew all about the corruption in the Senate, but he would never have gone along with it if he had learned the truth as I have.
The truth.
The truth. What if I told you that the Republic is now under the control of the Dark Lord of the Sith?
No, that's not possible. The Jedi would be aware of it.
The dark side of the Force has clouded their vision, my friend. Hundreds of senators are now under the influence of a Sith Lord called Darth Sidious.
I don't believe you.
The Viceroy of the Trade Federation was once in league with this Darth Sidious. But he was betrayed 10 years ago by the Dark Lord. He came to me for help and told me everything. You must join me, Obi-Wan. And together, we will destroy the Sith.
I will never join you.
Expanding on Dooku discovering the corruption
Difficult to secure.
really does make him a more sympathetic villain. Makes him very gray.
Lisa proposed that the Senate give immediately emergency powers to the Supreme Chancellor.
This level of graphics is so much better than earlier in the movie, but it's still not quite there.
We shall have order.
It is with great reluctance that I have agreed to this pooling. I love democracy. I love the Republic. The power you give me, I will lay down when this crisis has abated.
That's what dictators always say.
First act with this new authority, I will create a grand army of the Republic to counter the increasing threats of the Separatists.
It is done, then.
Vote socialism in, you can't vote it out.
Take what Jedi we have left and go to Geonosis and help Obi-Wan. Visit our
Hello?
and see this
Immunidal? Moto? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. We are doing a Star Wars watch-a-thon. If you want to hang out and watch with us, it's in the Discord. You can see it here, sort of. Copyright. Trying to make sure we don't get in trouble. I think I have it pinned in the Discord. Is this your first stream? No. I've been streaming for a long time. Well, not a long, for a few years. But I did take a couple months off.
Don't worry.
I just came back yesterday.
I've given up trying to argue with you.
The pinned message has the Discord link.
needed our help, they would have asked for it. We obviously
if you want to join. Usually we do video games and we have a lot of fun. We do Friend Fridays and play all kinds of fun shit. But for Star Wars month, we're doing a Star Wars watch-a-thon. So we're going to be watching Star Wars from start to finish, chronological order, until we run out of Star Wars to watch.
For a mechanic, you seem to do an excessive amount of thinking. I am programmed to understand humans.
Nice. I thought so. I haven't watched Star Wars in a long time. I was overdue.
I'm in charge here.
I was not fully up to date on everything.
Have you no sense at all? Idiot.
Oh, C-3PO.
Know where you're going.
But we're doing the extended cuts as well. So there's lots of edits in them, you know, make them longer, deleted scenes and stuff like that. Which is fun. There's a lot I haven't actually seen, so it's cool. Girl, just run backwards. Makes me want to play Lego Star Wars.
Oh my goodness. Shut me down. Machines making machines. Top of us. Calm down, Arthur. I almost fell.
How perverse! Machines making machines.
I'm strapped. It's a nightmare. I want to go home. What did I do to deserve this?
And this really makes me want to play Lego Star Wars, because I remember all these Lego levels.
I wonder what happened to poor little Artie. He's always getting himself into trouble. Oh no! Oh. I'm so confused.
C-3PO really is kind of relatable. Like going back and rewatching it. He is terrible at protecting her. He's just really bad at it. How did that not just destroy and crush his arm? I mean, seriously. Little dance emoji. Cute. Cute. I'm just always surprised C-3PO survived all the movies. I mean, you're not wrong. Not wrong. He's always like, my goodness, my gracious.
Not again. Obi-Wan's gonna kill me.
Yeah, I don't know how C-3PO always gets into those shenanigans. He really does. He's just like people who talk about other characters being comedic relief. I always just interpreted that as what C-3PO is there for. C-3PO is the comedic relief. Him and his interactions with R2.
You're holding a Jedi now, Obi-Wan Kenobi. I'm formally requesting you hand him over to me now.
We don't recognize the Republic here, Senator. But if Naboo were to join our alliance, I could easily hear your plea for clemency.
And if I don't join your rebellion?
The Republic cannot be fixed, my lady. It is time to start over.
I know of your treaties with the Trade Federation, the Commerce Guilds, and the others count. I will not forsake all I have honored and worked for and betray the Republic.
Without your cooperation, I've done all I can for you.
The Geonosians get so fucked, man.
You're committing an act of war, Archduke. I hope you're prepared for the consequences.
He's got a point.
Carry out the sentence. I want to see her suffer.
Don't be afraid.
I've been dying for days since I came back.
Says something a man wants to hear.
That we would be forced to live a lie. And that it would destroy our lives.
I think our lives were meant to be destroyed too.
It just feels so out of nowhere to me. I don't know. Just saying. Just saying. Like, out of nowhere, she's like, by the way, even though I've told you everything that opposes this, I love you so deeply. Maybe it's because they think they're about to die. She's all overcome with raw emotion. She's like, well, we're gonna die. Might as well tell him I love him. Just make him feel better.
I was beginning to wonder if you'd
You got my message. I retransmitted it just as you had requested, Master. Then we decided to come and rescue. Good job.
Good job. He really does steal the show, man. He's got the best fun lines. I always wished for that creature that they had just did stop motion animation, because the way it moves anyway, it's like animated with CG to move like stop motion. Aww. Aw, angry kitty. I don't know, maybe that's just me, but I feel like it moves like stop animation. So does the crab thing. I don't know what that thing's called. But it seems like that could have been stop animation in the first one. The cat really couldn't be, I don't think. Well, maybe.
Just relax, concentrate. What about Padme? She seems to be on top of things.
You know, it's better than the Harry Potter fucking troll scene. Because that didn't hold up well at all. I don't know what you're talking about, the insect one. The insect one and that one could be stop animation, and then, like, not the one that's a cat, the one that's kind of like a rhino. That one would have been good as stop animation.
She can't do that. Shoot her or something.
I do like the insect creature, yeah. I just think that it would blend well in the universe as, like, stop motion for those creatures. It would have aged better too, probably. Not all of it, but at least some of it. Yeah, what? It's like a praying mantis crab hybrid. I wonder where they come up with the designs for some of these creatures. That bitch just took a fucking 30-foot fall on her vagina. And she's not force sensitive at all. If that wasn't a Jedi jump, I don't know what is. Because I can't fall 30 feet onto my vagina. That shit fucking split me in half. Just break everything. She was just like, wham! I'm ready. Bitch, stop. Yeah, she has to in some way, but also she's younger, so she could. I don't know.
How pleasant of you to join us. This party's over.
I don't know, man. She's only like 24, but still.
Brave, but foolish, my old Jedi friend. They're impossibly outnumbered. I don't think so. We'll see.
The Geonosians, I mean, I do feel bad for them because they get completely, like, eviscerated. The Battle of Geonosis is fucking brutal. And, you know, a lot of the Separatists have been manipulated to believe, you know, how the Republic doesn't care about them and the lesser planets, if you will. There's a classes system. And they just want to separate to be, you know, a little bit more free. So, not all of the Geonosians, you know, deserve to die.
I must need maintenance.
I don't know, Padme does some crazy shit that I'm like, I think that maybe she's low-key force sensitive. Maybe. Animation.
What's all this noise? I'm dead. It's some terrible mistake. I'm programmed to educate about destruction.
What's all this noise? Oh my goodness, a battle! There's so many terrible things happening. I love that Samuel L. Jackson was like, I want to see myself in battle. I can't find myself. My family can't find me. Can we make the saber purple? They're like, yeah, we got you. You're Samuel L. Jackson. We can do it. Fucking runs hella weird though. Get stomped on. Fucking dirty womp rat. That feels like a good insult, right? Calling someone a womp rat in Star Wars, that seems like a good insult. Fucked him up. Dooku's reaction to that is good, because Dooku's like, ooh.
What did I say?
Cause the way he went after him is really not true. That's a little crazy. Like, Mace goes hard, you know?
Excuse me, I'm trapped. I can't get up.
I've fallen and I can't get up. Topical for the time. Those commercials were everywhere.
No, I call it aggressive negotiations.
Windu is not one to fuck with, yeah. Yeah, because he's a little bit unruly of a Jedi himself. He has like the honor.
What are you doing here?
He has the honor and code of Obi-Wan, but he has like a little bit of the untenderness of Anakin. He's willing to kill when he doesn't need to kill. when it's kind of, but when it's like morally just, I guess. Like, he didn't need to kill Django. Django was unarmed, literally, at that point, because he took his arm off, but he didn't need to take his arm off and then behead him. He could have just killed him. He didn't have to dismember him first. Like, he went out of his way to do extra damage and kill him. But he just didn't need to do it. It was very unnecessary. These most master Jedi have the ability to use Force Lightning, but refuse. I was always under the impression it was a rare ability. But then again, so much conflicting source material anymore, it's hard to keep track.
It is finished. Surrender. Your lives will be spared.
Hey, Chief! Thank you, thank you. I went with a darker look since it's Revenge of the Fifth, you know? Ooh, clones!
The survivors and perimeter create.
So is Yoda dyslexic? Like, is that what we're going with? Is he on the spectrum? Because I feel like after several hundred years, he could have learned how to speak properly. That's a choice at that point. It's a choice to speak that poorly at that point. I love C-3PO and R2-D2. I forgot that. That's such a fucked up scene. Him holding his dad's head. His dad's head is still in there. That's the thing that gets me, is like, he's holding his head.
Systems to this cause, we will.
Aim right above the fuel cell. Good call, my young Padawan.
The Jedi have amassed a huge army.
That seems possible. How could the Jedi come up with an army so quickly?
We must send all available droids into battle.
There are too many.
Okay. Maybe. Okay, so I'm a pretty decent sized fan of Star Wars. Okay, but I gotta take a pause there for a second. He says, how did they come up with an army so quickly? But Dooku's the one who erased the records of Kamino. So, was he just instructed? And he was also the one who recruited Django. So, is he playing dumb? Or does he really not know about the clones? And it was kept secret from him, and he was just, like, instructed to recruit Django by Palpatine and instructed to delete the records, but doesn't actually know what that was about. You see what I'm saying? Does that make sense? I don't know. Does somebody know? Because I actually don't know that detail. I don't know that detail. Like I said, it's been a really long time since I've watched the prequels, and there's been a lot of conflicting canon information over the years on what's canon and what's not. So I'm really not sure about that. Sorry. Anyways, not without looking it up, but I think they didn't know. They did. You think that Dooku didn't know? He was just instructed. Let's see. Let's find out. Let's find out. Fancy chancy, fun, 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 fun. Hold on. Star Wars fandom will know. Well, he's the one who says, how did they come up with an army so fast? Okay, so the fans seem to think that he was pretending to not know to keep face with the Separatists because he's a part of playing both sides. Okay. So he was just playing pretend. He was playing the part of, you know, double agent. Just making sure. You never know. Thought I meant everyone else. No, I was wondering about Dooku because he acted so surprised, but I wasn't sure if that was supposed to be intentional or not. I'm excited to get into the Clone Wars, guys. I love the Clone Wars, especially once we get into Season 4. Season 4 is where the Clone Wars really takes off, in my opinion. But everything's going to be in order. I'm so excited to watch the Clone Wars in order, guys. I can't tell you how much that sparks joy for me.
All forward positions are advancing. Very good. This is not looking good at all. We must get the starships back into space. People war. My master will never allow the Republic to get away with this treachery. I will take the designs with me from the center. They will be much safer there than my master.
Bro is such a legend. Fucking descendant of Charlemagne, killed people in the war. Fucking lead opera singer of a metal band. Bro had it all.
Look over there. It's Dooku. Shoot him down.
We're out of rockets, sir.
Follow. There isn't time. Anakin and I can handle this. Don't let your personal feelings get in the way. Come on, speed up.
I mean, he's right.
Right now. We have a job to do. I don't care. Put the ship down. You will be expelled from the Jedi Order. I can't leave her. Come to your senses. What do you think Padme would do was she in your position? She would do her duty.
You're back? Welcome back, welcome back. A great conflict, Yoda senses. The young Skywalker in trouble is. I mean, like, she's fine, you know? The sun's going down. You don't have to worry about her getting burnt. She's on a soft pile of sand. She's out in the middle of nowhere. You guys know roughly where you dropped her. She'll be fine. Just take a little sand nap.
You're going slowly on the left.
No, Anakin, no!
Silly Anakin.
As you see, my Jedi powers are far beyond yours. Now, thank God.
I don't think so.
Master Kenobi, you disappoint me. Yoda holds you in such high esteem. Surely you could do better.
You all right? You better get back to the forward command center.
No. No. Gather what troops you can. We've got to get to that hangar. Get a transport. Hurry!
Right away.
Yeah, tell him, Padme.
Boy. I would have thought you had learned your lesson.
I am slow learner.
This really is a good fight scene. This is a good duel. You didn't need that arm. It's fine. It'll grow back. You can get another. It's a spare. Yeah, Yoda, fuck him up.
Master Yoda.
I'm still upset that we got robbed of a Yoda Jar Jar fight. That should have been great.
I've become more powerful than any Jedi. Even you.
I love that. He's like, even you! And then Yoda's first response is immediately to shock him with a power he didn't know he could do.
It is obvious that this contest cannot be decided by our knowledge of the Force, but by our skills with a lightsaber.
Yeah. I look cute with the band. Oh my, thank you. Thank you. You know, today's Revenge of the Fifth, so I went with like a little bit more dark attire. Yesterday I had a white outfit. Inspired by Padme. I will be dyeing it. I wanted to dye it over the weekend and share it with you guys, but it rained and I wanted to do it outside, so. I wonder how hard it is to fight with a little with a little CG guy.
This is just the beginning.
Should have dropped it into the shit. I mean, his arm was cauterized. I feel like they could reattach it, realistically. You know how pissed I'd be to lose my arm? I'd be so mad. Kudos to people who, like, lose limbs and are like, I can keep going. Because I would just be like, fucking take me out. I would like all of my body to be intact, please. My very not Sith socks. But they're comfy, don't judge me.
The Force is with us, Master Sidious.
Welcome home, Lord Tyrannus. You have done well.
I have good news for you, my lord. War has begun.
Excellent. Everything is going as planned.
Okay, yeah. He was pretending. I couldn't remember. I was like, why is he acting surprised? But he was just acting surprised.
Do you believe in condoms about cities controlling the scent? It doesn't feel right.
Join the dark side. The Kumans. Lies, deceit. Really mistrust for his ways.
Nevertheless,
He was telling the truth.
will thrive in sympathy.
Where is your purchase? It's right in the room. Scotland sounds rather valuable. I have to admit that without the clothes, it would not have been a victory.
Victory. Victory, you say? Masterful. Not victory. The shroud of the dark side has fallen. Begun. The clone.
I like how Yoda named it. He's like, this is the Clone War. That's what we're gonna call it. Not the Great Rebellion, not the Separatist War. The Salvation of the Republic, something, you know, nope, it's the Clone War. At least with the lightsaber, you don't bleed out. Right, it cauterizes it. So you're good. You're good. Yeah, just walk it off. Yeah. I mean, it's not like you just can't get another arm, you know? If you have both legs. Yeah, if you don't have both legs, hop it off, you know? Their secret marriage. They were like, we were about to die. Let's just get married and bone. I have never cared. Out of all of her outfits, that's her wedding dress. Like, the wedding dress isn't bad, I guess, but the headpiece is so not my style. It looks like grandma's doilies, you know? All right, that was episode 2, the extended cut. So what we're gonna do now, because I'm actually really jazzed, I don't feel like going to bed. We're gonna take a quick intermission, 10-minute intermission, you know, get your snacks, go to the bathroom, let your pets out, rehydrate, all that good stuff. And then what we're gonna do is, that's not what I wanted to do. Then from here, this is where it gets a little controversial for my Star Wars fans. There is a canon edit, I talked about this earlier, of the 2D Clone Wars from 2003, and it picks up right at the end of this movie. So we're going to watch that. We're going to watch the parts that fit in, because we're watching everything in chronological order from start to finish. And then from there, it goes into the Clone Wars movie, the 3D animation. And then we're going to pick up into season 1 of Clone Wars after that. But that's going to be tomorrow. We're just going to do the 2D Clone Wars tonight, and then we'll do the Clone Wars movie and season 1 tomorrow. We'll start season 1, because season 1 is 8 hours long. So, why just me watch your stream? I don't know. Spread the word. Tell people about my channel. I'm a small streamer, and it's one of those things where it's like, it's hard to get viewers. It's like the more traction you have, the more they boost you to get more viewers. So it's like, until I start getting viewers, it's usually just a small group of people, if that. I tend to not have a whole lot of people on Kick. I haven't really expanded over there yet. Most of my people are on Twitch and Rumble. And then I have some on YouTube, but most everybody's on Twitch. I started off on Twitch, and then I started streaming everywhere else last year. So, but we're gonna do intermission. Let's see. I want to go get more water. Oh, that's not what I wanted to click on. Not that either. Just so you guys can see the... Boop. Why is that so big? Okay. Alright, so we're gonna do intermission, and then we will return after intermission.
Assembled under one roof. Enjoy breathtaking, mouth-watering goodies.
And I'll be right
Everything
back.
from a snack
So don't
to
go
a
anywhere.
delicious full
Yes,
meal.
I don't think Kick is
At our
worth it.
refreshment center, you
Really?
will
You
find
don't
a
think
large
so?
variety of goodies
feel
to
like a lot of
satisfy your
people-
hunger, your
I don't
thirst,
know. Kick
or
is
your
one of those
sweet
things
tooth.
where it's
So
like...
hurry, hurry, hurry. Visit our
I don't know. I
refreshment
thought
center
Kick
now.
was blowing up. But
The show
maybe
starts
I'm
in
wrong.
10
I don't
minutes.
know. But give me your guys' opinion on it. Again, I'll be right back.
The show starts in 9 minutes. The show starts in 8 minutes. The show starts in 7 minutes. show starts in 6 minutes. The show starts in 5 minutes.
Okay, there we go. It did not want to focus there for a second. You think Kick is the future of streaming? See, I've been hearing that for a couple years. I also hear that about Rumble. I hear Rumble's the replacement for YouTube because it doesn't have nearly as much censorship. It actually pretty much has no censorship. I'm for that. You've not had the greatest experience on Kick. They said the same thing about Mixer. See, I originally streamed on Mixer, and I lost all of my content because it just went away, and I'm so bummed. I had all these great edits of like these amazing trick shots from when I used to like do PvP a lot.
The show starts in 4 minutes.
Like these crazy high scores and stuff, and I lost everything. I was so heartbroken that I actually stopped streaming because of that. Like, I had a little bit of a following on Mixer, but after I lost everything, I was so heartbroken that I took a couple years off streaming. I was so mad. So mad. Because I put a lot of work into the edits and stuff. Like, I would like I'd clip streams together, and I would edit them down, and like I actually did a lot of work back then on my videos and stuff, my VODs, and they screwed me, and it disheartened me. So did you, yeah. But yeah, I don't know,
The show
man.
starts in 3 minutes.
I discontinued streaming on Trovo because Trovo was just trash. My profile is still up over there, and I have some people that follow me over there, but it wasn't worth it. I think out of streaming there for like a year, they were like, you've earned like 10 cents, you know, like $1 or something, but you can't withdraw it. You can't withdraw it until you've earned so much, and I was like, I'm gonna have to stream on this platform for another 10 years and blow up before I even get enough money to cash out. I was like, and it's not worth it. It's eating up my hard drive to, you know, my fucking RAM and stuff to stream to all those different places, and, you know, it's just one less place. So I did a lot of discontinuation warnings. And then I posted, I have a thing in chat, and I have a message on there, you know, like, hey guys, you know, if you're gonna follow me somewhere else so you can still be a part of the Nugget Army, you know, but I discontinued it over there. I don't know. I want to think Kick and Rumble are worth it. I want to think YouTube is worth it, but I honestly don't know. I feel like YouTube might be better suited, not for live streaming, but for VODs, and because I don't really get a lot of traffic on YouTube either. But like the only time I've gotten traffic really is from hate raids, which they give up really easily because you can't offend me. They give up
The
really
show
quickly and
starts
leave.
in 1 minute.
Which is fine. I don't understand that anyways, that mentality. I think that's really sad. I think that says a lot about them more than anything. It's sad. Like, who does that? Who wants to go out of their way to find a nice person and try to make them feel bad? I just think that, like, I understand maybe trolling people who are assholes, but, like, we're a nice little corner of the internet here, you know? So, I don't know. I'm thinking maybe YouTube's gonna be for different types of videos. I just don't know what to do with it. So, I've been debating, because streaming to YouTube's annoying, honestly, the way it's set up. But I don't know. We'll see. Do I know Elias El-Maliki? I do not. Is that like a streamer? See, it's funny. I don't actually watch other streamers unless I know them personally or I know them from my community.
And now, on with the show.
Oh, on with the show. Oops. Hold on. All right, hold on. Because we don't want to get... we don't want to get, copyright flagged. Oh, I didn't mean to do it upside down. I guess that doesn't matter, though, does it? We'll do it upside down and backward. I don't want to do it upside down. I want it to be somewhat visible for people to understand what's happening, even if it's just a little bit. Blending on. Let's do that. There we go. Oh, wait, what? Flipping it vertical and then horizontal and then vertical again made it go normal, but that doesn't make sense. Weird. Okay. That was loud. Yeah, sorry. It wasn't supposed to be do that. It wasn't supposed to be doing that yet. We gotta mute it because any type of audio gets flagged. The most famous streamer. Isn't that Ninja? Isn't like Ninja the most famous streamer? I don't know. I know of people, but I don't watch them. I think what I really think I want to do is like let's plays and then upload those to like YouTube. I think because those are fun. Because one of the problems with streaming, which it's not really a problem, it's just my ADHD, and I love talking to you guys so much that it's really easy to get distracted and forget where I'm at and stuff. I feel like doing Let's Plays would be fun for certain games to just kind of help me focus and allow me to like play the game for fun and upload it so you guys can watch like actual fun gameplay instead of me playing 20 minutes a game and then talking for a half hour. The most famous streamer on Kick. Ah. Yeah, I don't have time to watch streamers. I used to watch, before I started streaming, I used to watch Markiplier and Jacksepticeye. I used to love them. I used to really love Jack. But, once I started streaming, I made sure that I stopped watching anybody who uploads VODs or anything, because I want my content to be me and original. I don't want to be subconsciously influenced by other channels. Because I think we all do that. We watch something or someone enough, we start picking up their mannerisms, we start picking up their, maybe some of their humor, maybe we pick up some of the things they play. And I just kind of wanted to make sure that my channel wasn't subconsciously influenced by other channels, and I didn't want to accidentally, like, take content or anything like that, copy, or I never want to be accused of that. So I try my best to keep my head in the sand as far as other people's content goes when it comes to like gaming and stuff. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know. Maybe it's just like a really super integrity thing I have. Maybe that's not a normal thing. Maybe that's a weird thing. I don't know. But I don't really watch other people, and I fill my time up with other things when I'm not streaming. I work. I have a normal job, And then I also garden a lot. And I've been trying to downsize the stuff in my house and get little house projects and stuff done. And I'm trying to get like an online store going so I can like an eBay store, just so I can kind of get rid of stuff. And I have a lot of collectibles that I want to downsize. I have a lot of toys, like vintage toys I want to downsize and get rid of. I mean, I'm talking, I've got like totes, like big, I don't know what, probably 20-gallon totes full, and I mean full, of toys. Like, I got like 3 or 4 of them. Some of them need to be cleaned and restored a little bit, just because they were in storage for so long at my mom's house, which was not a great place to be. But like, I've never really gotten rid of anything. Like, every gift, as long as it's like something that is intact and, you know, like toys, plush, so like hard toys, plush, books, games, movies, I've never gotten rid of anything. As long as it still works and is, you know, not broken, I've kept stuff. I've kept everything throughout my life. And I've gotten rid of clothing, and I've just been doing a lot of downsizing. So I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm trying to kind of balance being a streamer and having a job and just trying to juggle everything. And it's not always easy. And streaming, I know I still have a lot to learn. I know I've been streaming for a couple years, and I try. I feel like there's always something I need to learn. And I don't have a team of people. Like, I see people who do kind of similar content, and I know that they have a team of like 7 to 10 people. And I'm just like, I don't have 7 to 10 people. You know, they have people that edit their videos down and get out all the fluff and the filler and stuff like this. And they, you know, they get the raw footage, and I don't have all that. So like, for me to edit my videos afterwards too, I don't have the ability to really do that anymore. Especially when I first started streaming, I was streaming every day of the week, and I was doing 4 to 8 hour streams a day on top of working full-time job. You know, it was a lot. It was a lot. I got burnt out. I had to roll it back, but keep going. I'm going to. I really enjoy streaming. I really enjoy hanging out with you guys. My little Nugget army. I love you guys. You guys are all nuggets of awesome. I think that we have a really cool community. We're not the biggest community on the internet, but I think everybody here is just really solid people. We all have really good senses of humor. We're not easily offended. We welcome everybody. We got people from all over the world, different time zones and stuff, so it's really cool. It's really cool. Look behind you, the doll has moved. Which one? Which one? They shouldn't be moving. It honestly wouldn't surprise me, though. It wouldn't surprise me. There shouldn't be anything in this house to be moving stuff around, though. The house I grew up in. You know what? I bet I couldn't stream on the house I grew up in. I bet if I tried to stream on the house I grew up in, there'd be shit going all over the place. You would be hearing all kinds of crazy stuff. I grew up in a super haunted house. Super haunted. Like, people would stay the night and then never come back haunted. Like, it's fucking... I shouldn't have that problem here. If anything is here, it's not malevolent, I can tell you that. You've had some new weird shit happen recently. Just kidding. Okay. Oh, what's some new weird shit? Okay, tell us your weird shit real quick, and then we're gonna get into this. And again, this is Clone Wars from 2003. This is the canon edit, is what they call it. And this is supposed to, because the 2003 Clone Wars has some canon conflicts with the later Clone Wars, and basically, I don't know why, because George Lucas was behind the 2003 and the Clone Wars, leading up to, of course, you know, the last part where Disney took over, but, like, so I don't know why there's conflicting information there. I don't know if, like, the 2003 was, like, a rough draft for what he wanted to do for the other Clone Wars, but basically, most of it's the same from what I've heard. I've never seen the 2003 Clone Wars. I actually didn't know it existed for the longest time. And, basically, this has edited out any type of canon conflict, continuity errors. And, it's edited it down. But basically, this entire, watch-a-thon that we're doing is the most complete version of Star Wars that you can get. So, I'm really hoping that by the time we get to Andor, the rest of the episodes for it have dropped, because I have the first half of season 2, but the last half of season 2 hasn't dropped yet. I think some of it drops, I want to say some of it drops on like the 13th or something. And then I think some of it drops on like the 19th or 20th. I think so some of it drops like next week, and then I think the week after. I think. But I don't know if we're going to get to Andor by then or not, or I don't know. I feel like we're going to get to Andor before all of it drops. So we may have to watch what we have, and then watch what we have, and then watch the rest of Andor after, which is gonna be out of order as far as what we're trying to do here, but you know, we're doing the best we can. Okay, you were in your bedroom folding laundry, door half open, and from the door I saw a 6-foot-tall, slim, dark figure of a person walk past the door and go into the room. I took a second, then followed it only to find nothing and even cleared the house. No one was here but me. Ooh, I've been there. So, okay. This story is 100% true. And it's one of the most fucked up things I've been through. This dude was wearing a hat. Okay, I haven't experienced a man wearing a hat. And it was midday. Was it a completely black, like a shadow figure, or was it detailed? Like, did it look like a man? And did you get any feelings from it? It was pure black? Pure black and midday. That is not a good combination. Get yourself some fucking salt. You're on your back to the door and you sensed it. Yeah, midday and a pure black figure, that is not good. That is not good. Anything that can appear midday like that, that's strong. That's a strong thing to be able to appear midday like that, and in full black, like full, like that's impressive. That's a very strong thing you have in your house, and you need to not have that in your house. You need to get rid of that. Do what you need to do, but you need to get rid of that. Wasn't foggy or misty, it was solid. Yeah, you need to get rid of that. You need to get that the fuck out of your house. There's no good that comes from a pure black solid figure in the middle of the day, and there's no good that comes from keeping that in your house. You need to get rid of that thing. I'm serious. Like, you need to get rid of it. You've been followed home by a few of them. You're a fucking magnet. You need to carry fucking salt on you or some shit. Put salt in your shoes. I don't know. I don't know what you need to do, but you need to carry some sage on you. Burn sage. they're attached to you for some reason, which I've been there. One of them, no lie, protected you from another one. I have seen that. I have seen that. Okay, so like I said, I grew up in a really, really, really haunted house in a really haunted town in Ohio. And this town is known for a very, very weird supernatural history. The Native Americans tried to tell the settlers to not live there. Native Americans were like, don't do it. Don't do it, bro. They said that land is only good for buffalo, nothing else. And the settlers didn't listen. They were like, oh, this land looks perfectly fine. Weird shit happens there. Like, weather anomalies happen there. It was called Land of the Devil Winds. I mean, it's not a great place to live, okay? But it's abnormally dark there. And, you know, during the daytime it looks fine and stuff, but at night the shadows come out. And you know, it's really strange because you go into the town and, like, I always thought it was really weird because, like, when I traveled and I would leave town, all the street lights are brighter everywhere else. All, you know, like the lights on the interstate and stuff are brighter. You know, store lights are brighter. Like, all the lights are just dimmed. It's just, light is suppressed. And, oh yeah, where your house is located, it used to be marshland. I know a lot of people died in this area 100 or so years ago. Oh yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Oh, let's see. You gotta start. One night about a year ago, I was home alone. It was around 2 a.m. and everything was quiet. I was in my room watching a movie with the lights off. Suddenly, I heard footsteps in the hallway, but no one else was supposed to be in the house. Ooh, creepy. Okay, I hate when I can hear them. I hate that shit. I hate when I can hear them. I hate when I can see them. But so when you grow up around it, you learn how to live with them and you learn how to deal with them and control them to a degree. You learn what your strengths are. You get a sense that there's like different levels of them, right? And one of my buddies had a theory that it was like different levels of hell, you know, whatever, however you want to interpret it. But, you know, that's kind of how we graded it. We came off this hell level system. It's like, okay, this is a level 3. This is about a level 7. You know, like, we came up with, like, you can't even feel a level 0, barely feel a 1 at all, you know, kind of thing. But they would bully each other. There was hierarchies. And it was really weird because when there's something about, you know, I don't claim to know shit, but I know there's things out there. I don't know if you want to call it ghosts, demons, they're shadow figures at the very least. That makes sense because they're dark creatures and figures. Don't know if it's supposed to be an afterlife. Don't know if it's supposed to be some sort of scientific energy plane of things, beings, whatever. But there's some stuff there, and I feel like maybe some old stories, biblical stories and stuff like that, are probably trying to put understanding to those things, you know, like calling them demons and stuff. But one of the things is there's things get out. Things get out of where they're supposed to be and come here. And it's really strange because you kind of start picking up on stuff. When you're around it a lot, you have to. It's like a survival thing, you know? And what's really strange for me is when I was living with it, they come at you, right? Like, you have to learn how to defend yourself. And one of the things they do is they come at you emotionally. And that's really fucking weird. And like, my mom, growing up with my mom, she was really unstable, and they were able to really fuck with her. But, there was one night where I was in the house by myself. And to give you kind of an idea of how the house is so like the front door is here, and there's a couch here. This is the living room. There's a couch here, TV here up against this wall, and then there's like an arch walkway. It's like an 800 square foot house. It's not a very big house. It's basically a house that's an apartment, right? Archway, and then the dining room. But the archway, if you go to the left, goes into a hallway where the bedrooms are. So it's like a little T. So bedroom, bathroom, dining room, tiny little kitchen, and then the kitchen goes downstairs. There's some stairs. It's like 2 or 3 steps, and then the left is the garage, and then the flight of stairs to the basement. So, so I was sitting on the couch watching TV, and the only way I can describe it is I see this giant black figure, and it looks like a Dementor from Harry Potter. The original ones. It's this giant black cloaked thing, and it's sitting there, and I'm watching TV, and I see it, and it's looking at me. It stops, and I look at it, and it takes off, and I was like, oh no. Because what the fuck do you do with that information, right? Like, there's like an 8-foot Dementor in my house, right? I don't think Dementors were a thing yet, but because I remember when I saw Harry Potter, I was like, that. But it wasn't out for me. It was on a mission. And it was like making sure I was staying put. Because you can sense things. Well, if you live with it, you can sense it. And so I was like standing there, and I just stared at the archway, and I was like, do I follow it? Do I sit here? Like, I contemplated. I was like, I can't leave. I was in the house by myself. I was relatively young. I didn't have anywhere to go. My mom was out late working or something. She's a single mom, so I was home a lot by myself. And I did the thing that they do in horror movies. I was like, hello? You never say hello. And I know that because horror was always my favorite genre, even as a little kid. So I was like, I don't know what to do here. I was like, I'm going to do the horror movie thing. I got up, and when I watch stuff, and when I'm in the house by myself, I keep it really dark. I keep all the lights off, unnecessary power, and stuff like that. We're poor. So I walk up, and I go to the dining room to follow it, and I look to the left, and, it came from the hallway. I'm like, okay. So I was like, there's nothing over there. Like, I can tell there's nothing over there where it came from. So I'm kind of, like, clearing out the house in a way. And I go into the kitchen. The kitchen's really dark. And I was like, okay, it's nighttime. It's normal to be dark, whatever. And I grab a knife. Because what the fuck is that gonna do? I don't know. At least I'm armed. I can at least pretend to defend myself. And I go over to the steps, and I can see onto the landing, right? So I go down on the first step, and then I look to the right, and it's like a black shroud. Now, usually, even though it's dark, there's a window down in the basement. You can at least see some light down there. A little bit. It's like what I would consider kind of normal dark for that area. You get used to being in the dark. You get really good night vision. And so I couldn't see any light at all. I could usually at least see like the outline of the stairs. I couldn't see anything. It was so heavy you could cut the air with a knife. It was thick. Whatever was going on down there was very intense, and there was so much, like, you could just feel it. I was like, there's a lot of things down there, and I did it. I couldn't resist. I was like, hello, and I swear to God, I felt it look at me like, get out. Like, you do not need to be here. Like, I was not welcome. Like, it was a safety thing. It made me leave. I was like, yep. I could just tell the way it shifted. I was like, all right, basement's yours. You got this. And I went back to the couch and I sat there and I stared at the arch all night long with the knife beside me all night. And I don't know exactly how to explain it, but it was there to collect things. It was there to collect all the things that were staying in the basement, because there are a lot of things that stay in that basement. I grew up in it, and they're no joke, whatever the fuck they were. And they would always come back, though. Not all of them, but they're like drawn there. And I went to the basement the next night, and it was normal. Like, you could see down into the basement, you could see the light reflecting off everything. There was no heaviness to the air. You could tell it was empty. Like, it cleaned house. I don't know what it was. I don't know what exactly its job is. I don't know if it's a bounty hunter for its type of things. I don't know. But that was one of the craziest nights of my life, because I don't know what the fuck that thing was, but it was not playing around. It was like, get back. I felt like I was getting scolded by a parent. It was like, get back. Like, it knew to push me away. It was fucking crazy. It was one of the craziest fucking things. Like, I don't really talk about that level of stuff that I've experienced that much, just because people are so split on weird stuff like that. But I've always said, you know, like, I come from a place where science and magic are the same thing. I think people need to be a little bit more open-minded, because that's not something you can scientifically replicate. Like, how do you explain that scientifically, you know? But, yeah. That's one of my super crazy stories about large black figures, so. Large shadow things. I don't know. I hate to use terms like demon and hell, because it leaves such an imprint. You know what I mean? Like, people have their own definitions of what that means. But that thing, I don't know. I'm pretty convinced that it was like a bounty hunter for whatever those things are, to take them back. Like a bounty hunter for hell, if you will. I don't know. Like I said, like, I hate to use those kinds of terminologies, but, like, what else do you call that? Like, I know that's what that was. Like, that thing showed up, it made sure I was okay, and it was like, it took off. It watched me. It fucking watched me. It watched me sitting there, and, like, had no ill will towards me at all. But it fucking took out everything in that house that day. Like, I don't know, man. Shit's crazy. There's definitely something, there's some sort of plane of existence that rubs up with ours, where these things live. I don't know what they are. I don't know how it works. That's a whole nother level of things that we just don't have the science to explain and understand and explore. But there's something, man. There's something. And I have a little bit of a chill from drinking so much ice water now. Let's see here. You've had that happen too? You've had things like that happen? I don't wish that on anybody. At least once a day, your bedroom door will just get open for no reason. So when I'm in there, I keep it locked. You know, a weird ghost story about stuff like that. Yeah. It's fucking... It's chilly billies, man. I don't know. It's one of those things where I feel like if I wrote a story about my life and all the things I've experienced, no one would believe it, you know? You really enjoyed the conversation. Take care next stream. Bye. Okay, bye. See you, buddy. Thanks for swinging by. Thanks for coming back. And hopefully we'll see you again. I'm glad you enjoyed our stories and our conversation. See, I have a weird photo. Wish I could show you guys. I have a weird photo as well. I'm 110% convinced that it's a spirit guide, like a protector, and an incubus. I'm 110% sure those are the two things that are in my photo. Like, you can't convince me otherwise. It was terrible. And I have the photos somewhere digitally. I'll have to find them, but they're creepy. What's up, Rev? I was on the phone once as a young girl. One of those old phones with the long cord that is like super long and curly and expands to be 300 feet long, you know? One of those old school hang up the phones. And in the basement, because there came a point in my life where my bedroom was actually a really pretty safe place. And as I got older and started to kind of gain more control of my ability to control them, if you will, and my surroundings and things, I decided I wanted to be in the thick of it. Not my best choice, but it was my own choice of drama, I guess, at the time. I needed something. So I decided to sleep in the basement. I would keep my room in the basement. I had my room upstairs, but I had a spare bed that was downstairs, and I started staying in the basement where they stayed. For the most part, they would come upstairs sometimes. It just kind of depended. It was really weird. They seemed to be really heavy in my mom's room. Like, there was something about the wall between my mom's room and the bathroom. I don't know what it was, but something about that area. It seems like that's where they would pop out of. I don't know. But, I would stay in the basement, and that was a choice, because we would have territory fights, let me tell you. There was one night, though, where I wasn't having it. Downstairs to go to bed, I was having a day, and I was like, you know what, I'm not feeling like dealing with any of your shit, because I could tell they were down there and being fucking, the air was thick with them, and I was like, I don't feel like dealing with any of your shit. I was like, I just want to go to bed, fuck off, basically. And they took this giant metal heavy table, and it went and screeched across the concrete floor and blocked my path. Like, they moved it several feet. Oh, sorry, Obi-Wan. And I just stood there with my path now blocked by this table, and I was just like, alright, smart ass. I was like, okay, you know what? I was like, I already said I don't feel like fucking with it. I was like, fuck it. You can have the basement. I was like, I'm going upstairs. I let him have it for the night. But, when you come down the stairs, there's like a phone on the wall. We had a phone mounted, and there was like washer and a dryer, and I had the phone, and I wasn't home alone for this one. My mom was home for this, and she was upstairs, and I was downstairs taking this call. I was talking to my boyfriend, and and I was, sitting down there being all like lovey-dovey. I had like a chair, and I was sitting on the other side of the dryer, and I was right beside it, and out of nowhere, shit you not, scared the crap out of me. The dryer's like, boom, and the door goes flying, like something came flying out of the dryer, essentially. And it goes boom, like something kicked it, and the door goes flying open, and it flies into the fucking washing machine with all of its might, which is also loud, and it's like, wham, 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 and then it just stops. And I was sitting there, and I was like, okay. And my mom yells down because she heard all this. She was like, are you okay? I was like, yeah. Yeah, I'm fine. I was like, You're not, and my mom knew about this. My grandmother's house in town is haunted, and my mom and my aunt and my uncle grew up with stuff. So like my mom is aware, and we kind of think my family might have a thing, but I was like, yeah. And I was on the phone, and I was like, I don't know how to explain this to my boyfriend, you know? Like, it's not something I talked about. Like, I didn't talk about this at all with people unless they came to my house and I had a reason to talk to them about it. You know, like, having to tell them or explain to them something that's happened, you know? But usually, you know, things were usually on a good behavior when I had guests over for the most part, so I was able to kind of keep it under wraps. But I was like, how the fuck do I explain this? Because it sounded like, you know, he was like, are you okay? Like, what was that? You know, there's a loud bang, you know. I don't know if you guys have ever heard what it sounds like for a dryer to explode open, but it is not quiet, and there was no reason for it. Like, something decided to fuck with me and, like, kick the dryer door open is what it sounded like. It was fucking crazy. But, I mean, it's just, it's like, why? Why are you fucking with me? Like, what did I do? You were drinking in the kitchen, I looked out the window, I saw a red eye staring at me, took a picture of it. Ooh. The top 3 reported things in the U.S. for red eyes are Mothman, Bigfoot, and pumas. So, it was either a big cat, or a giant Mothman, or a Bigfoot. Or maybe something else. Who knows? I love when we get into spooky stuff. This totally derailed Star Wars, but this is fun. You were drinking. Oh, wait, I read that. An old lady was sitting on her sofa watching TV, and 3 shadow figures walked in and stood in front of her. Then all looked at each other and ran out the door. Years later, the old lady passed away, and her grandson and 2 friends went to her house and helped pack and saw a shadow of his grandmother sitting on the sofa, got scared, and ran out. So that's like a ghost story, like a wives' tale kind of thing that happened? Interesting. I have a really hard time with ghosts. It's so funny. I've been through so much myself, but I'm really skeptical of other people's stories. And this thing was 7 or 8 feet. That could be a Mothman or a Bigfoot, based off lore. I don't have an opinion on either. I've learned in my life with the weird shit that I've dealt with to have an open mind about things. So, I don't know. I'm very open-minded with a lot of stuff when it comes to things like that, because it's like, I don't fucking know. One of your oldest friends who I don't get on with now, I went to his mother's house and he told her about me being able to sense them, and his mom, Wendy, said, just go upstairs and you'll see. Oh shit, I certainly didn't. After rolling a ball back and forth into the darkness, only to notice each time it rolled back, it was less effort making me go further into the dark. I then realized what it was doing and I was out of there. Yeah, that's a no. Dude. Anything that pretends to be a child is not a child. It's not a child. There's never a ghost child. There's never a spirit child. There is never a ghost child. Children are not stuck in this plane. Doesn't happen. If it's pretending to be a child, that is bad juju. That is very bad juju. And things that are strong enough to manipulate themselves into other things, very, very, very bad juju. Definitely get away from that. Unless you're strong enough to take it on yourself, which is very rare, because most people don't have that ability, because most people haven't used that muscle, because they grow up either not thinking those things are real, or they don't have experiences around it, so they don't know how to work that muscle. But yeah, if you have something that is that fucky, you, like I said, unless you're really confident and you know how to read the situation and you know how to take care of yourself and you know how to get rid of it, just don't do it. Just don't go there. Don't fuck with it. I had one once that I was like actually I was a little overcome by it. It was quite scary, and it pretended to be a child. And it kind of made me mad because I had a roommate at the time. It was in my apartment, and my roommate started telling me about, and she was also sensitive to stuff, but she was sensitive in a different way. It was really weird. We had different strengths as far as how we could detect stuff. And she started telling me she had a little girl in her apartment, in her room. And I was like, you what? I was like, you have what in your room? She was like, yeah, she started appearing by my window one day. And I was like, she started doing what by your where one day? I was like, what? No, we're not gonna entertain that. She's like, well, she's really nice. I was like, yeah? Yeah, I'm sure she is. That's a false sense of security. I was like, you need to be really careful with addressing that. I was like, you need to be very, very careful. I said, whatever you're playing with, I said, if it shows, especially if it's showing up in the middle of the day, I was like, you need to be really careful with that. And she said, she was like, okay. Because she was kind of more new to understanding that she was sensitive to stuff. It was really an interesting dynamic because I was pretty experienced with stuff. And she said she told her she didn't want to play, and she got mad at her, and it started getting kind of hostile. And I was like, yeah, you need to get rid of her. You need to tell her that she's not welcome here anymore. You need to tell her that she shouldn't be playing anymore. I was like, you need to get rid of it. I was like, because that's not a little girl. I was like, I don't know what that is. Exactly. I don't know, but you need to not have that in here anymore. Like, she knew not to fuck with me, because whatever that thing was, it was not in the apartment when I was home, and it would not be in the apartment, like, at all. Like, if I was home, or, if my other half at the time was home, it wouldn't be there. But it would be there when my friend and my roomie was there, so I was like, okay, this has got to stop. We got to nip this in the bud. So she does, and it gets really pissed, but it leaves. So we think, temporarily. One night there's this weird power outage. I don't remember what caused the power outage, but there was a power outage. I don't know if it was like heat or something. It was weird. I don't remember. It was an abnormal power outage, I think weather related, to the apartment complex. And I'll never fucking forget this. We're sitting there, so the apartment is, you walk in, it's about like a 900 square foot apartment. Kitchen, living area, balcony, little hallway, bathroom, guest room, which was her room, my room. Okay? And we're in the living room with Bandit, because I had Bandit at the time. And Bandit was just a young chap. He was only like 2. He's quite old. He's like 15 now, so. But we were in the living room, and we were just trying to chill and, like, hoping the power would come back on. The emergency lights are on in the hallways. It's all red glowy, which is always a nice ambiance, right, when you're dealing with creepy shit. And we're looking outside, and we can see that everything's dark. And we start noticing that some of the apartments are darker than the others. Like I said, darkness pushes out all light. So some of these rooms that, some of these buildings were just completely black. Like, you couldn't see. Now, keep in mind, every room has blinds. you know, that's what is standard with the apartments. Everybody has blinds across their doors, their windows, everything. But in some of these rooms, you could see the blinds, and some of these rooms you can't. Some of them, they're just pitch black. And, oh god, I'll never fucking forget this. So we're sitting in there, right? And we're just kind of noticing everything. And we both hear a very sinister girl's giggle from her room. And I was like, oh no. We both looked at each other and I was like, okay, we're just gonna ignore this. We're gonna ignore it. We're not gonna engage with it. Like, we just kind of had like this conversation with eyes, you know, like, you know, we're not gonna engage with this thing. It doesn't need to be here. So I was like, we need to get light in here. So I take this candle that I have and I light it on the island in the kitchen. And I can just feel how heavy and dark it is at the end of that hallway. I'm not going back there for anything. You could not pay me $1 million to walk down that hallway at this point. I couldn't see past the bathroom, really. Like, I mean, I was kind of, but it was dark, okay? I light this candle, and it very slowly goes out. I was like, oh no, that is not good. And I was like, no, stop it. And I'm trying to get it to cooperate, right? Because I'm like, I don't want to deal with this. This is not the time. I light it again, and it very slowly goes out, and it laughs again, and me and her look at each other, and I was like, oh no. I was like, stop it. I was like, this is, you know, I'm trying to get it in check. I light the candle again, it goes out really fast, and it laughs louder, and we look, and you can physically see the darkness come out of the room like a sheet, and it's just moving towards us, and we were like, nope. And I'm like, Bandit, let's go. Bandit fucking darts out of there. We fucking leave. We shut the door. We run outside because we don't want to be near it, right? We run outside. The apartment's empty. We go outside of the parking lot. We are not in a good place. We are like, oh fuck, like, what do we do? Because if I can't control it, she sure as shit can't control it. She doesn't have that. I'm the one that has the ability to shut shit down, and that thing was strong. And we both turn around, we look up at the apartment, and the blinds do one of these and then snap shut. Like, something looked through the blinds. And I was like, I am not going back into that apartment. I was like, I am not going back into that apartment at all. At all. Let's see here. Oh, you're just gonna spam my chat? Israel is a terrorist? You're a terrorist. Boom. Get out of here with that. Alright, let's... You fucking do that while I'm in the middle of my serious story. How dare you? But, let's see how. Anywho, we're gonna ignore them. I'm not even gonna answer your old questions. You originally had 2 questions! And then just fucking went in with your bullshit. What a shame. How rude. How rude. Let's see here. Let me go back and read your guys' chats. The important chats. The chats that matter. But yeah, so that was a fucking terrible time because the entire apartment, and we, like I said, we were noticing that some of these apartments were blacked out more than others as far as the windows go. Some of them were like normal dark without power, and some of them were black. And we realized that, you know, we looked at ours after the thing fucking snapped and moved the blinds, which I that was a chilling moment for me. I was like, that thing, I don't know what that was, but fuck that thing. And turned around and realized that the apartment right below mine was way lighter looking. It was like normal dark, and mine was dark. So, yeah. My ex, as horrible of a person as he is, was actually also really good with these things. And when he got home from work, we told him what happened, because he got in, you know, and we're in the parking lot. And because that's the only thing I grabbed when I left the apartment was my phone, Bandit, and the keys to the apartment. That was the only thing I grabbed. And of course my roommate. But, you know, that shit was terrifying. That like, to not be able to stop it, whatever it was, like, that thing was strong. And my ex took care of it when he got back home. You could physically see the windows go from like dark to normal dark. You saw it happen. It was almost like, imagine flipping a switch from like dark to light, like normal, like flipping a light switch, but from dark to normal dark. And if you know what dark versus normal dark is, you know what I'm talking about. But yeah, I know your ADC is taking over here a bit, but we're having a fun conversation about spooky stuff. I like it. So yeah. After that, my roommate knew that children were not children and to not engage with those. Which is funny, because later we met something which we had a long conversation about, and though we don't want to get into really crazy theories, this girl's name was Lily, and her dog's name was Sam. And if you know anything about biblical stories, you know the significance of Lily and Sam. Or two names that are very similar to those names. Which I can get into that, but yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah, that was, that had to be one of those things that if it was recorded for like a short horror film, people would be genuinely freaked out by it. And maybe I should do that. I don't know, maybe I should record shorts of some of the things I've been through. I don't know, but that's a fucky story. Check my Discord messages. Oh, Real Slim, I'm sorry. I saw your message got mixed in with that fucking other person that was spamming the chat with their bullshit. I don't really watch street fights. I don't think I would be a good judge or anything. I mean, let's see here. As you know about my past few years after I lost my... Yeah, I'm aware. Yeah. I did not forget, I promise you. I was in the garage having a smoke while being on a phone call with my cousin, and out of nowhere we both heard a young girl say daddy, and it came from my left-hand side, but to the point my cousin heard it and repeated it back to me before I could even speak. That freaked me the fuck out. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I have a hard time with that, you know? I think you did tell me about that, and I feel like we talked about it and came to the conclusion that it wasn't really your daughter. I feel like that is the conversation we had. I could be misremembering. Oh no, you're right. We did. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Cool, 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 cool. Just kind of checking up on everything, making sure everything's kosher everywhere. Trying to make sure everything is kosher everywhere. Yeah. And kids are creepy, man. Some memories blur together if I've spoken about it to more than a few people. Yeah, no, I'm the same way. I don't always know, because, especially like here, because we get to talking about stuff with different people over the years, and I'm not always sure who I've said what story with who, you know? So, it's always, I always like to share my stories with people who haven't heard them, because, especially if it's something that I feel like would genuinely interest them. Like, I'm not going to tell you a story because, you know, I want to tell a story. I'm going to tell you a story if it's relevant to our conversation and stuff like that. But, yeah, I think, yeah, it's hard to keep track of who you've told your stories to, but it's always fun to share stories, and it's always fun to hear stories. I don't know. I think humans are natural. Like, we want I mean, look at all the fucking story material I have behind me. Okay. I don't know if I want to watch the full 2D thing. But this is part 1 and part 2 put together. So, I don't know. You know what? Wait a minute. So part 1 is 42 minutes. Okay. I can go for another 42 minutes, I think. I think. Let's find out. You've been invited to go on ghost hunts in America. See, I feel like I would be fun on one of those TV shows. You know, I feel like I should be on one of those ghost hunting shows. I feel like I would do a really good job. I feel like I could do that job. I feel like I would be one of the people that people who watch those shows would really enjoy. I think what's fun for me, because there's usually 2 types of ghost hunter people, right? There's always the people that are hardcore skeptics that deny 100% of everything, and then there's the people that are so determined to find stuff that they think everything is something, right? Which is not the case. So it's never nothing, but it's never everything. And I feel like because I have experience with stuff and am sensitive to it, but I also am incredibly skeptical of other people's stories, that unless their stories have a good, I don't know, like what you're saying, like the tall dark figures, like there's certain things that kind of line up with my own experiences. If things line up with my own experiences, to me that gives the story more credibility. But if they're just like, I always do laundry, and every time I do laundry I feel like I'm being watched, it's like, do you have bad electrical in your house and there's a loose electric, you know, a little electric magnetic field going on in your house? You know, maybe you need to get an EMF reader and test your electrical wires and make sure that everything is wired properly in your house, you know, because that's a thing, you know. So like there's certain things where I'm just like, okay, you're always being watched. Or, you know, it's like I get pictures of all these orbs in my house, and it's like, are you sure it's an orb? Are you sure it's not dust particles? Now, as someone who's had pictures of orbs, Like, as someone who's had those pictures, I'm still like, are you sure that's not just dust? Because I know what dust looks like, and I know what an orb looks like, but you can't tell me, because I've seen people who, like, this is my orb photo, and they give it to me, and, like, I don't want to bust their bubble, so I, like, play along with it. I'm like, yeah, oh my god, those orbs are crazy, they're just following you, but it's, like, clearly dust. It's, like, clearly a dust particle, or a sunspot, you know, like, a sunspot, a dust particle, something like that. I'm like, bro, you got some pollen in your film, is what you got. But, you know, what are you gonna do? I don't know. I don't ever want to like, burst anyone's bubble, you know? A friend streamer from Twitch has invited me, and I even suggested a few places. Ooh. I'm half and half, only because I want to debunk everything possible and then be like, okay, well then what the fuck was that, or how did that happen? Yeah, I think it's more fun if you try to debunk stuff and then, you know, process of elimination, it's like, okay, I can't replicate this. What is happening? There's one time in my life where I was equally frustrated and low-key scared. I was like, I didn't have a camera on me. This was before the time of having phones on you. This was before smartphones and camera phones. This was like maybe cheap-ass cell phones, not something you really cared about having on your person all the time. But I was on a property that may or may not have been something I had permission to be on. And and that property I was always drawn to it. Every time I drove past it, it was up on this hill from the opposite side of, like, a tree nursery. It was kind of remote, and I was always drawn to it. I was like, I just really want to see this house. And one day, me and my ex were driving by it. I was like, let's go. Let's do it. So we pulled over somewhere on the side of the road. We go up. This house has been abandoned, right? Nobody lives there. It's been empty for years. But the property's managed. It's really strange. There's nobody that lives in it, but the property is really well maintained. Like, it's mowed and stuff. And so there's just something about it. I was always drawn to it. I was like, there's something every time I drove by that house, just I would stare it down, you know. So we go, it's dark, it's full moon, great time to investigate these kinds of things. Full moons are good for natural light though. And I was walking around and I was like, man, I just feel like something happened here. Like, I couldn't put my finger on it, but something happened here. And I don't know enough about, like, the landscape to really know what would have happened there, but something happened. And going to this house, it's clearly been broken into before, and, like, kids hang out there kind of thing. You know, it's one of those things where people drink there and stuff. And we're walking around, and it's actually, like, a really nice house. Like, it looks like it's in decent shape, except for the vandalism. Like, it's a pretty decent house. And, you know, we were walking around, and I started to go up the stairs, because there's a second floor. And I started to hear what sounded like a rocking chair. You know, really spooky, really stereotypical horror movie stuff. And I did the thing. I was like, I would give anything for a camera and a gun right now. Like, I wasn't armed, and I didn't have a camera, and I don't remember where we were, but he wasn't armed either, which was really weird for him. He was always armed. So that was really strange. I don't know why he wasn't armed. I can't remember. But we weren't armed. We didn't have a camera to document anything. And I was like, well, I don't want to go up if there's something to document, because whatever, if there's something up there in a rocking chair being fucking creepy like that, like, that's something you want to get on camera, right? You don't want to just experience that. Like, if I'm gonna make myself experience stuff that's that intense, I want it to be on camera. I never want to experience something super intense. I learned my lesson. I was like, I don't want to experience anything super intense without some sort of documentation of it happening, right? But I was like, well, maybe there's someone up there, you know? Like, maybe, you know, this house has been broken into, you know, maybe there's someone up there. You know, maybe there's like a senile person that thinks the house is theirs. You never know. It could be a slew of things. It could be a serial killer. I don't know. That's also why I wanted a gun. But I kind of wanted to make sure, because there shouldn't have been anybody in that house, right? So I was like, hello? I did the thing. I did the horror movie thing that you're not supposed to do. And it stopped mid-squeak. And I was like, no. Because if it didn't stop, then it could be contributed to, like, maybe the wind is blowing something and it's squeaking, you know? Like, maybe I could, like, try to figure out that if it was worth going. But I was like, I immediately felt like whatever was up there, its attention was immediately drawn to me. And I was like, no. And I was like, we're leaving. And he was like, what? I was like, we're leaving. We're leaving now. I don't want to be in here anymore. And we went out. I was like, quickly. And he was like, yeah. So he felt it too. And we left. And as soon as I turned around, I felt it. I felt it. As soon as I turned around and I could see it, there were people upstairs. Not people, but people. There were things upstairs, and it was a woman and a man, and I could just tell. I could just fucking tell. I was like, I don't know what happened to them, but it wasn't good. I don't know what happened in that house. I don't know if it was in that house. I don't know if it happened on that property before the house was there and they're just staying in that house. But whatever was in there had a horrible end to it and was tainted. It was a man and a woman. There was a great deal of sadness. There was a heaviness to them. They were young. I could just tell. And I was like, oh, we need to go. I was like, I don't know what happened here, but it's bad. And then, I don't know, about a year or so later, after that house had been there my entire life. Like, that is a road that was commonly driven on. And I had been looking up at that house for over a decade. A year or so later, they demolished that house. I was like, there was no good reason. That house seemed really sturdy. Like, I don't know, maybe there was something wrong with it that you couldn't see at night, but the house was a classically built house. It was gorgeous. It was really pretty. Like, honestly, it was like one of those things where you could buy it, replace the broken windows, new fresh coat of paint kind of thing. Like, it seemed like a really beautiful house. But they demolished it. I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Because for whatever reason, that house was empty for a long time. They maintained it. They kept it clean. They mowed the property. You know, they couldn't stop people from breaking in. Like, they would put plywood over stuff, you know. But there was a reason that house was empty. And there was a reason for a long time, and it makes sense that they demolished it. It was sad. I was sad when I realized they did it, but I was like, damn, because after that, after going there and then driving by it again, there was like a deeper connection to the place, and I could tell when one of them would be like by the window and stuff. Like, it was like, I understood why I was drawn to it, because there's people there. They're stuck. I felt really bad for him, because whatever happened to him was fucked. I don't know. I don't know. I can't tell you what happened to him. I don't know. I don't know the address of that house either, so I couldn't look it up. And the house is gone now, so there's not even an address there to look up anymore. But yeah, it's fucking, man, weird shit, man. That's a weird fucking place. Weird Ohio is what they call it. They call Ohio Weird Ohio. There's a whole series of books about haunted Ohio. How many haunted Ohio books are there? There's a whole franchise of books for people who may not know called Haunted Ohio. And there's also books called Spooky Ohio. I don't know if those ones are based off real stories or not. Haunted Ohio is based off real tales. Real, like, documented accounts, though. Oh, Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. You guys remember that book? Did you guys ever read Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark? There was some fucked up shit in there. So there's 7 books. There's 7 official novels in the Haunted Ohio franchise. 7 of them. There is 7 books of Haunted Ohio stories. Things that have been documented. And there's some crazy fucking shit in those books. But they're all stories that have been documented and collected and put into a series, so you can read them. They tell you exactly where they happened, and some of them are really fucky. Really fucky. I remember being really creeped out by the Scary Stories books, and then I started reading, like, the Haunted Ohio, and that creeped me out more because that was all real. And he has to stay. You stay out of there for a while. Yeah, you would. Let's see. Full moon will help. Yeah, it definitely did. I know what you mean. I've been drawn to certain places. Yeah, there's definitely some places where things are reaching out. It could be good, but it's usually bad. There's stuff that, like, in my house, I feel really bad because I didn't know how to help him. There was a guy stuck in my house. I couldn't help him. And I always felt bad about that. His name's Frank. I tried really hard to figure out who he was, but I couldn't figure it out. There was some records of a Frank who lived next door. But then I found out that the address system all changed in the town. And I had a hard time finding what the old address used to be for the house. And I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, but sometimes I guess cities do that. They change the address numbers on homes. I don't know the purpose behind it, but they do that. So they change the address number and I don't know if the street name changed or not. I can't remember, but like the parcel number and stuff. They updated that like back in like the 30s or something. And I had a really hard time finding the old records of that. Like, I would spend hours at the library trying to research stuff. And you never know. There could be someone that, like, had something happen to them and buried there long before the house was built. And they're just stuck in that spot. You really don't know. You really don't know what your house is built on. And, I always felt bad for that I couldn't figure out how to help him. I don't know, I just felt like he was stuck. He didn't really do enough in his life to be a good person, but he wasn't a bad person, so he didn't really go anywhere, and he just kind of hung around, but then he got stuck there. And what's really weird is he wasn't even stuck in my whole house. So the basement in my house had kind of like this cutout area of it, like, so it's like main basement and then like stairs, and then there's like a under area over here. He was like stuck in that little area. Just, he had that little bitty area under the stairs. I used to talk to him, but I felt really bad. Like, he was just, like, he couldn't cross the threshold. I don't know what that was. I never was able to figure that out. He's still there. I feel bad. I go, anytime I visit my mom, I talk to him. I'm like, hey, buddy. How you doing? Like, it's gotta be so lonely. You have tons of stories living on a reservation, witnessed a lot of strange things. Oh, yeah. So, outside of the town that I grew up in, so I grew up in a little town called Xenia, Ohio. And near Xenia, Ohio is a bunch of Indian burial mounds. And there's a little town called Yellow Springs. There's a lot of weird shit that's going on in that town. Like, that town is the highest point in the county, and it would be the only town that flooded during, like, crazy weather. They literally could not explain it. They had to come up with and design an entire new system to deal with the flooding in Xenia. They could not figure it out. They don't know, like, scientifically, they never figured out why it was happening. They just figured out how to fix it, but they don't know why. We have a stereotypical crybaby bridge in the town because during one of those freak floods, an entire house was swept away, and a baby got trapped in a current under the bridge by the, like, the train station, which is now a train museum, and all the old train bridges and stuff, everything is now, bike paths. They took, because Xenia was like a travel hub, and they took all the railways and turned them into bike trails. So it's, like, a really fit place to live. Like, if you like walking and biking, rollerblading, things like that, you can go for miles and miles and miles on these bike trails. And, you know, you can go from city to city, you can go from the wood. It's really, it's actually kind of one of the cool features of living there, to be honest. But, yeah, but that bridge is still there, and you can, I went there once and I heard shit, and I was like, I was going there like, oh yeah, crybaby bridge, everybody's got one of those, and I was like, oh wait, no, ours actually does that. Okay, cool, but also saw shit out there, so weird little black balls of orbs and stuff floating across the place, and things following us, because I didn't go by myself. If you think I'm going to go by myself to investigate something called Crybaby Bridge in a freak town, you are mistaken. I may be risky, but I'm not stupid. What's up, Nox? This is in a very small village, and there's a certain road that leads to a dirt path for tractors and farmers' fields. Once I researched the history of that area and found out there was supposedly a small group of witches who would do rituals in that field, and there's old stone markers with runes on them still there. The question is, are you a good witch or a bad witch? Like, what kind of witch are you? It matters. That's the place I get drawn to. Ooh, interesting. I was taking Bandit for a walk one day, and I was in this area of the town that I don't usually go into, but I was visiting someone, and I decided to take Bandit out for a walk. I think it was at my ex and his family's house, but I decided to take a walk through the neighborhood. I was like, Bandit needs to go on a walk. I was kind of like wanting to get out of the situation. I don't remember why. I just remember wanting to go on a walk. I was either bored or awkward or something. But I decided to take Bandit for a walk. We go on this neighborhood walk, and this road, and it's almost like a horror movie cover, like The Exorcist or something. You know, we come to this road and it dead ends into this field, and there's, you know, lights, and then it gets dark in the field. You know, there's the lighting is very ominous, if you will. And you know, I was thinking to myself originally, you know, walk to the edge and back, right? And, you know, go back around the loop, if you will. And I started to walk down, and the street light started flickering. A common occurrence in my town. It ended up being you know, family members kind of like, oh, so-and-so is watching over us. You know, that's them letting us know. I was like, okay. But the light started flickering, and I was like, I recognized what was happening. I was like, okay, so little bit of a warning. You need to be on edge. Got it. And Bandit stopped. Deadass stopped. I don't know. We were 2 or 3 light posts down from the edge of this field, you know. So I don't know how far that is, but you know, it's 2-3 houses down, not super close, not super far, you know. And he stops, and he's staring at this field, and I was like, Bandit, what are you stopping for? Like, it didn't click at first. Like, I knew I needed to be on edge, but he stopped, and I was like, what the fuck are you stopping for? And I realized he was staring at the field, and I was like, what are you doing? And it registered. I was like, oh, he's staring at the field. And so I'm watching him, and he's serious. He very rarely gets his big boy bark out. And he was deep growling. Like, he sounded... I've never heard him be that serious before, or since, I don't think. And I look up at the field, and it's not really a breezy day, but it's moving. And I was like, like, I could see, like, shadow, like, blackness moving in it, like, back and forth. And I was like, oh, okay. It's like, okay. And I was like, yeah, I see your point. Good point, Bandit. And the light's flickering. The light that's closest to the field is flickering. And I was like, yeah, I was like, let's go. Like, I saw it, and I was like, let's go. I was like, I don't want to find out what the fuck that is. I was like, I'm good. We walked enough. And I turn around, and then he's, like, I'm trying to get him to go, and he's, like, he is standing his fucking ground. And I was like, Bandit, I know, but we need to get out of here. Like, I see what you see. I feel what you're feeling. We need to go. And so I'm like, Bandit, come on, we got it. Like, I get him, and he's, like, he starts, like, backing up, and he's like, and he's tense. And, like, you guys know Bandit. Like, if you've watched the channel enough, you've watched my shorts and stuff enough, you've seen, he's a big fluff ball. He's the sweetest boy. So we fucking take off in the other direction. We speed walk back, and, you know, I look back, and then, like, I can see it moving. And I don't know what it was. I don't know how many there were. It was either one powerful one or a couple mids, if you will. And as I'm walking away, the light, like, stabilizes. And I was like, okay. Okay. I was like, yeah, we're not going down there. And I never went down that road again. Sounds like my Bloody Valentine intro. I've never seen that. I would have to watch that. Whenever Peppa did stuff like that, I took notice fast and just watched her waiting for her fur to spike up. Then I'd back away and we'd go a different direction. Yeah. Yeah, man, you can't take that shit lightly. Pets are, like, especially with someone as docile as, like, Bandit, you know? Like, he's such a sweet, good boy. He loves everybody. Bagheera! Kitty, 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 kitty. As long as you know the main rules when you're if you ever visit me or anybody in the Midwest, especially in the mountains, and you're outside, try to not be outside at night, at least not in the woods. I don't understand why people go camping out here. It's not a place to go camping. This is a place where people go missing they shouldn't. In areas that they shouldn't logically go missing. The rules are, if you hear someone in distress, no you didn't. If you hear someone or something call out, no you didn't. If you hear something or someone call your name, no you didn't. You absolutely did not hear that. And even more importantly, if you ever hear your own voice call your name, you get inside immediately. No, you didn't. You didn't hear that. I mean, for all of these things, you should definitely go inside anyways. But especially if you hear your own voice, which is kind of hard for people to hear what they sound like, you know? But if you hear your own voice, no, you didn't. And the reason why that's the most important is because that means it has been around you long enough to mimic your voice. You didn't hear it. If you ever in your house or in a cabin in the woods and you hear tapping, knocking, no you didn't. Don't go looking for it. And always stay armed. I've heard that about the Appalachian area. The Appalachian Mountains. I live in the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains. I've seen bears. I've seen a bear. A singular bear. Not multiple bears. I've only seen one bear. But I've seen a bear. We have coyotes. There's farm animals out here, so things for predators to eat. My ex swore up and down he saw something with red eyes in the wood line, which I didn't personally see that, but he genuinely seemed a little not cool with it. One of the things that supposedly is heavily seen in these areas are Sasquatch or Bigfoot. Which are claimed, like, I said that earlier, the 3 things that have red eyes are Bigfoot, Mothman, and pumas. Now, there are puma in this area, but they're very rare, because eastern pumas are considered extinct. So, because there's so few of them, and sightings are so far and few between. So, could have been a puma. I asked him about that, the height of the eyes, and he seemed to think that it was not puma height, so that was kind of concerning. I think that's why he was concerned. He was like, if it's puma, that's fine, but if it's taller than a puma, that's a little problematic. I think the Jersey Devils also have red eyes, and another creature that's kind of like an owl. Yeah, there's quite a few supernatural lore that have red eyes, but around here, that's what's considered popular for red eyes are Mothman and Bigfoot. I don't know about anything about the Jersey Devils or anything like that, but around here, that's what we're considered. The owl creature is an omen of death, but I can't recall the name of it. Oh, yeah, I do know what you're talking about, but I don't know the name either. I have a lot of random stuff. I'm really bad at names. I'm really bad at names. I'm really good at remembering facts and like details of stories and you know, like histories of certain things that stick to my brain and might pique my little flavors of tism and interests. But I'm really bad at names. I'm really bad at names. I'm really like really bad at names. So I'm like, I can picture something and I can describe it to you, but I will probably not be able to tell you what the name of it is. Jersey Devils are like goblin creatures. Oh. Fun. Ugh. Oh, man. How are you feeling, B? Do you want to watch some more Star Wars, or do you want to call it? Because I'm actually either way. I feel like I'm jazzed enough where I could watch it, but also, if I shut my brain off, I could probably go to bed. Yeah, I'm still good if you are. I'm still good. I'm still good. Let's fucking go. Let's watch some more Star Wars. We got started on the creepy story thing, and it just fucking evolved from there. Let's see here. Chief sent a message. He told me to look at his messages. Oh. This is the red eyes thing. Oh, creepy. This was this on a trail cam? That looks like a deer head down below. So there's like a red eyes behind a deer head? Here. Because that looks like a deer head and antlers. And then there's just like some random red eyes in the background. Here, I'll try to show you guys what. So that to me, that looks like a deer to me, like on a trail cam. And then whatever the fuck those red eyes are. That is crazy. I wonder what that. It is tall. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell without context, but it's not mechanical at all. Because there's like almost like when you zoom in on it, it almost looks like a little droid head. I don't know if you guys can see that. There's like a little weird white pouch underneath it. That's a Jersey Devil. See, I've never seen anything like that. But that's definitely a deer. Nose, mouth, eye, antler, like ear. Yeah, that's creepy. Dude, I've thought about putting trail cams up in my woods before, and then I decided I didn't want to do that. I don't want to see anything. I just don't want to. Jersey Devil. Okay. I'll look up Jersey Devil. God damn it. After this, we're gonna get back to it. Jersey Devil. In South Jersey and Philadelphia folklore in the United States, the Jersey Devil, also known as the Leeds Devil, is a legendary creature or cryptid said to inhabit the forests of the Pine Barrens in South Jersey. It's like a flying goat. Sheep. With a long neck and legs. Interesting. Oh, god damn. Ah, so bright. I turned my brightness up so I could see that photo. Have you ever seen The Mothman Prophecies, Bumble? It's a good movie inspired by a true story about Ohio, West Virginia. I think it's West Virginia. I think that, or was it Ohio, Indiana? It's a bridge that collapsed in between two states, Ohio and one of the neighboring states. Interesting. Oh, it also is shown as having kind of a similar deer-like face. But most of the versions I'm seeing are like flying goat things. Interesting. Creepy. You haven't? Ooh, you would like, I think you might like it. So it's based off of the true story of these people who had these weird accounts. There's actually an entire town dedicated. It's called West Point, I think. Pleasant. Point Pleasant. Not, yeah. So there's a town called Point Pleasant. It is in West Virginia. There was this bridge between West Virginia and Ohio, and people had these strange accounts kept happening, and there kept being these reports of Mothman. But the most impactful thing from this movie that's true is this woman said she kept having these dreams about wake up number 37, and she said she's always, underwater, and there's all these presents, and it's just wake up number 37. Well, what happened in real life is that woman's story is true. She was a part of this bridge collapse, this horrible tragedy, and 36 people died. I think it was 36 and 37. Either way, the number was right, but I'm pretty sure it was 36 people died, and she was number 37. And they incorporated that into the movie, and people talked about there being really weird things happening and seeing this Mothman creature, and because Mothman is known, I'm not sure how big he is in lore over there, but he's known to appear before tragedies happen and kind of warn people about them a little bit. There's a theory about him. The lore around Mothman's really interesting, but there's a theory about Mothman, how he lives in kind of a different plane of existence and has a better vantage point, so he can see terrible things before they happen. Kind of like, when you see something, you on a 3D plane, you can see two things coming at each other. You can tell they're going to collide, right? You can see that. And from his vantage point, he can see that in time as well. So he can see when things are going to happen. So he shows up before these tragedies happen. And I don't know. His lore is very weird. Some people try to blame him for tragedies. Some people think he's trying to save people from tragedies. Mothman has been compared to looking more like Batman, but that's kind of hard to talk about Batman because of DC. So people just call him Mothman. But that's the same area where the Mothman was spotted flying around and screaming after the bridge. About a month later, he appeared again at a power station that also had a massive accident. He is a warning sign. Yeah, exactly. What's up, Vanos? You've seen a lot of videos about Mothman sightings, etc. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, well, that video, or that movie, is specifically about that. It's a good movie. I always really liked it. It's a really hard movie to find because I don't think it's from 2002, and they don't produce it anymore. So it's a supernatural thriller focusing on a journalist whose wife experienced a strange moth-like vision immediately before she was killed in a car accident. 2 years later, driving to an interview, he suddenly finds himself hundreds of miles out of his way in a remote town in Point Pleasant, where he has been a proliferation of Mothman sightings. His research concludes that the visions are omens of disaster. And who stars in that? Who was that? It's Richard Gere. Laura Linney, Deborah Messing, Will Patton. It's a good cast. But like Deborah Messing is his wife, and she has like all these crazy, horrible visions of Mothman and stuff before her accident, and like he's trying to figure out what happened. Was it a mental break? Was it a psych thing? And he, like it says, he starts to drive off in this direction, and he ends up hundreds of miles away in Point Pleasant. And then he tries to leave Point Pleasant like a couple times, drives in the direction he needs to go, and ends up back at Point Pleasant. Like, it's really weird. It's a really weird movie. It's a really good movie, though. It's really entertaining. Maybe we can watch it after Star Wars Saga. Heck yeah! We'll watch it after Star Wars. Yeah, absolutely. The Mothman's good. I don't know. Do I have the Mothman? I'll have to look at my movie hard drive and see if I have that. If not, I should be able to get it. But I'm sure it's out there somewhere for me to snag if I don't have it already. What's it called? It's from 2002, and it's called The Mothman Prophecies. With Richard Gere, Deborah Messing. Good cast. Great movie. Definitely a creepy movie to watch in a haunted house. I will say, when you live in a haunted house, that makes spooky movies way more spooky. You turn on the lights off, you watch something supernatural, give them ideas. Oh, you found it. Nice. It's a hard movie to find because it's not in production anymore. Like, I had the DVD of it, and my ex stole it, and I tried to find the same DVD, and people charge a shitload of money for it because it's just not in production anymore. But, anywho, this is fun. I love talking supernatural stuff with you guys. It's a lot of fun because I don't really have anybody that I talk to about it. I DM'd them to you. Sweet. I will try to snag those. But here, let us play some Star Wars. Now, if you're not familiar with the 2D Star Wars, this is animated by the same guy who did Samurai Jack and the Powerpuff Girls. So the animation is a little bit jarring from the rest of the franchise, because the 3D animation can kind of sort of flow a little bit easier, even though it itself is very stylized. But this 2D animation by Samurai Jack guy, it's very colorful, it's very flat. So it's a little bit jarring, but I'm excited to see it because I've never seen these. And this is, like I said, this is the canon edit. So I am excited to see it. They took all the what's the word I'm looking for? Continuity. They removed everything that would be considered a continuity error. So let's go for it. I'm excited too. Yee! We're gonna watch it together. Sometimes, come on. There we go. Sometimes when it's paused for a long time, it gets all weird. You fight by the sword, be prepared to die by the sword.
Across the galaxy, the Clone Wars spread.
So this takes place directly after episode 2.
we can count Dooku. More and more planets. Sleep.
I'm actually really excited to see new Star Wars stuff. That's the stuff I'm most excited for.
Against this threat, upon the Jedi Knights falls the duty to lead the newly formed army of the Republic. And as the heat of war grows, so too grows the prowess of one most gifted student of the Force.
The banking clan has hidden huge factories on Munilist, building huge droid armies and massive warships. We must act quickly.
I agree. But who to send? Master Windu still
Oh.
fights on Dantooine.
His little clicky
Lead this
fingers.
off, Master Obi-Wan can.
My army is ready, Chancellor. We can leave immediately.
Yes, and young Skywalker as well. I suggest that we give him special command of your space forces. His exceptional skill will be quite useful.
Chancellor, I feel that Padawan Anakin is not yet ready for such responsibility.
True, with his master at Padawan's place is, but undeniably strong he has become. Perhaps
Then it is decided.
You've never seen this before? Yeah. I'm intrigued to see how Anakin is gonna fit in, because in my opinion, Anakin in the Clone Wars versus Anakin in the movies is very different. They're very different Anakins.
Don't even Master Qui-Gon could have prepared a Jedi for this.
The bot beat me to it. Matt Lucas is Anakin. I love that. What else is he known for? I recognize that name. I'll figure it out later. I was having a moment with the voice actor, sorry.
Selected for this task because you are the best, the elite. You all know what to do. The success of your mission is our key to a swift victory. When you get into position, send word as planned. Then, I will join you. Master, I know you don't think I'm ready for a command of my own, but I am the best pilot in the Order. Chancellor Palpatine knows it. I don't know why you can't. Padawan, your skills have never been in question. It is your maturity. I've argued this before, but the decision has been made. May the Force be with you, Commander.
Like, I don't even know why they still, at this point, even tolerate him as a Jedi. Like, just, you know, I guess they're worried about throwing him out and him being all butthurt. He still has some good in him. I don't hate this animation style, though. It feels so foreign because nothing else in this entire Star Wars universe uses this animation, but I don't hate it. I'm wondering if the clones are gonna have voices. They haven't said anything yet. What a weird place to continue to stay when you're being shot at from all angles and you're in like... You're like in a central area with buildings everywhere. Not a good place to be. Mime clones? This is the Mute Regiment. Silent Company. The Quiet Patch. How strange to not have any dialogue. Wouldn't you have that intel already? Still love the sound of the drones, yeah. I don't know why, but it's so funny that they're so quiet to me. This is low-key chaotic. One of them's like, yeah, he said one word. Well, one little phrase. And that was it. And then he immediately went back to being quiet and signing. I just expect so much sass from my clones, you know? That ship looks like Ahsoka Tano. And I don't know if that's intentional, like, it can't, I don't know if she exists in this series, so I don't know. I don't think she exists yet, anyway. Well, she wouldn't exist yet, because he takes her on as Padawan. But it looks so much like her.
Destroying our forward positions. The Republic is breaking through.
If it's during the Clone Wars, she should be here. But it's at the very beginning of the Clone Wars.
The base of the tower has been destroyed. Their range is greater than we thought.
It must be their artillery. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? I don't know why Dooku sent you here if all you're going to do is stand around. I mean, whenever you're ready.
Whenever you're ready to fight. So it's the Bank Federation, or whatever, and then that's like the cyborg people. I can't remember what they're called. I think is what they're supposed to. It was what he's supposed to be. I think. I don't know. I could be wrong. But he looks like they're jousters. He's got a joust league. I love it. It's chaos. Why are we jousting? You're going up against tanks and robots and clones and lasers, and we're jousting? How do you not shoot someone who's jousting with you? Like, it takes them several business days to get from point A to point B. We know they can't aim. Well, the clones are supposed to be able to aim. It's the stormtroopers that are terrible. From my understanding, it's supposed to be like they're decaying clones and then they just terribly train people. One year before the war. Okay, we're doing a little flashback. They're clothes of a bounty hunter and an army. They should know how to hit a target. Yeah. Indeed. Yeah, I'll take his word for it. Little pig guys.
Impressive. You master your presence well. Flawless timing. Perfect control. You have great skill of infiltration. I boast of all capabilities, posthumously. However, I'm not looking for a spy.
Oh, Saj! Okay. At least I think that's supposed to be a Saj. I mean, she looks really strange, but I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be a Saj. Let's see. Let's see if I'm right. She's actually one of my favorite characters. Yep. I love Asajj. I love Maul and Asajj and Marin.
You are more powerful than I sensed.
The dark side is strong in me, for I am Sith.
A bold claim, but you are not Sith.
Oh, I love this. The
Trappings of the Sith, fight the Sith, but this can be imitated, however. You lack a vital quality found in all Sith. Sith have no fear, and I sense much fear in you.
You are a foolish old man who knows nothing of the dark side.
Indeed.
I love the introduction of her in this. Shocking. I'm always down for some more Asajj in my life. I was always mad that they never added her to Battlefront 2.
This contest be not over. Not be so easy to defeat a Sith. We have other plans. Have you been watching, Master?
I have indeed, Lord Tyrannus. The child's skill with the lightsaber are most impressive. You have found a promising disciple, my apprentice. She shall serve us well.
Let me introduce my master, the true Lord of the Sith, Darth Sidious.
What is your bidding? A Jedi, you will find him for us and eliminate him.
Jedi. Their order is a fading light in the dark. Corrupt and arrogant. They must be punished.
What? Yeah, her iconic curved sabers. I love that. I love that. Asajj Ventress is amazing. I was wondering why her sabers weren't red. Because they weren't hers. She got them from somewhere. So Dooku gifted her her iconic sabers. Because I noticed those weren't her sabers from the Clone Wars. I was like, I don't know if that's a design choice or what, but they answered that question really quickly. I would have asked it out loud if they didn't address it, but they did, so. Because I always loved that her handles were curved. Like, I don't know, I always felt like hers were pretty unique sabers. I wonder why they didn't continue with this animation style. Because clearly they had issues with production on the 3D style. Hey, thank you for the follow, Shax. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. We are doing a Star Wars watch-a-thon. We're going to be streaming and watching all the Star Wars from start to finish in chronological order throughout the month. So it's not going to be one continuous stream. I would die. That's days and days and days and days of watching stuff. So we're doing it in chunks, of course, but hello there, Kenobi. I have to agree with you, though. Why the jousting? I don't know. It's an interesting choice. We are in the Discord watching if you would like to join with us. We are watching a fan edit of the 2003 Clone Wars that takes out, it has everything in it except the stuff that is continuity errors. So it's the most complete watch of Star Wars I've ever done with the most content possible. I'm very excited. I see that. This, for me, will always be canon. Also, hurrah, hurrah for binging. Yeah.
I'm on my way.
I've never actually seen the 2003 one. I haven't seen Ahsoka or Obi-Wan or the Skeleton Crew yet or the Book of Boba. So I'm very excited to watch a lot of the new stuff. Like, you have laser rifles. Why jealous? I would watch this as as the episodes dropped on Cartoon Network. Oh, you're an OG. I didn't even realize this was on for the longest time. Hold on a second. I just heard my dog, my senior dog, fall. Give me a second. I need to go check on that real quick. I need to make sure he's okay. Hold on. I'm so sorry, but I have to check on him. I have to go make sure he's okay. Let me put some Star Wars music on real quick. I'm gonna go make sure he's okay, and I'll be right back. I'm sure he is, but I have to check. I'd be a bad mom if I didn't, so. You've not watched the Skeleton Crew yet either. This canonically is what caused Lucas to lead from this to episode 3. Ah, originally? Okay. So for us, we have this, and then the Clone Wars movie, and then season 1. So we're doing everything we can. But here, let me play this real quick, and then I'll be I don't want that to be too loud. I will be right back. Do the mom thing. He's okay. He's laying on the bed. He's laying on his dog bed. He looks a little dejected. I think he tried to go upstairs because it's actually cooler upstairs because I have like a fan and AC on and he gets really hot. And I think that he started to go up the stairs, and it sounded like he only slipped off like 1 or 2 of them. Like, it didn't sound like a big tumble, so I was like, he's probably okay. I think he's just a little bummed more than anything, because he's a border collie, and he used to run real fast, but he's got really bad hips, and he's had some stability issues as he's gotten older, so it sucks. It sucks. He's 15, though. He's had a good life. You know, so he's still there mentally, and when you get him outside in the grass and stuff, he still you know, runs around a little bit and is playful and stuff, but I have to take extra care of him, so. But, yeah. It's gonna be a roller coaster. I love that. Yeah, so what we're doing is the complete canon, chronological order, and I have a lot of edits that are like extended edits, and I have like spliced together edits that are real fun. So I'm really excited to watch a lot of this, especially the stuff I haven't seen. So I'm very pumped. I'm really enjoying this. This is fun. I've always been a Star Wars fan. It's been a couple years since I've done like a Star Wars binge. There's been a lot of new content, you know, like Book of Boba, and I'm pretty sure I've seen all of Mandalorian. I think I've seen all of but the last season of Bad Batch. I haven't seen Ahsoka. I haven't seen Skeleton Crew. I haven't seen Andor. So I'm like really behind, but I'm really excited to get caught up with everything. This is where the fun begins. Yeah, I'm super pumped. I'm super pumped to watch this, and I'm really excited because I've only watched the Clone Wars in air order, which is terrible because it aired so much out of order. So I'm really excited to watch it in actual chronological order because I felt like it was really hard to kind of follow it sometimes just because the episodes were so out of order. Like, they were fun, but it was really confusing because you'd be like, wait, didn't that guy die? You know? But then it's like the introduction to that guy. Mando and Boba are great. Haven't seen them myself. You haven't seen Mando and Boba? Really? I really liked Mandalorian. I completely understand that. After I finished it in order, it's a breath of, huh, okay. Like, oh yeah, that makes sense. I really liked the Clone Wars a lot, so I'm excited to watch it in order and actually have the cohesive stories together, you know, because the way that this edit is going to be done, or is done, that we're going to watch, is it's done in chronological order, but then all the individual story arcs have been edited together into like a little mini movies, and so I'm excited to watch it that way. I'm pumped. I just haven't seen the newer stuff. Oh, nice. That's awesome. Yeah, so I found a lot of these edits are by a fan called Numeral Joker, who's like considered the GOAT of editing Star Wars, and so I'm really pumped to watch these edits. I'm really excited for the Siege of Mandalore edit for episode 3 because it has the last 4 episodes of the Clone Wars mixed into it. So everything's like in order the way it belongs. I'm so excited to watch that. It might be a little jarring for some people because animation live action mashup, but we saw a little bit of the animation live action mashup in episode 2 with some Dooku flashbacks, and it was nice. I like it. I'm excited. I'm pumped. I've always been a big Star Wars fan. I remember before episode 1 existed and how excited everybody was when rumors got out that there was a next Star Wars installment being worked on. We were all so pumped. I remember getting my VHSs out of the original trilogy and just binge watching it like over and over again. Like, I'm so ready for a new installment. Okay, man, I'm gonna have to find this person. I'm gonna have to hop in to check them out too. I know I was. Hex, yeah. If you want the edits, is that you in the Discord? I'll post them in the Discord too. I'll post how to get all the fan edits because we watched a fan edit called the Coruscant cut of the Acolyte, which takes all the episodes of the Acolyte and pushes them down to about a 2.5-hour movie. Just like 40 minutes, somewhere in there. and it rearranges it to focus on Soul more, and it, like, I've never seen the original Acolyte, but everybody said it was terrible, so I was a little scared to watch it, but then I found this edit, and people are like, oh my god, I knew there was a good story in there somewhere, and so I was like, okay, well, I'll watch that, and it wasn't bad, you know? So I'll definitely share how to get these fan edits with you guys. Man, I need to watch the uncut if that's the case. Oh no, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm excited. I'm excited for it. But let's fucking go. Let's do it. Let's fucking do it. Here, I'm gonna rewind it just a little bit. Just a little bit since I had to pause. Okay, the leg heal or limb heal, I saw that. Okay. Let's go. I love it. I love that. I love it. You're matching the energy. You're gonna fit in great here. Speeders can go straight up like that? That's a thing? What? What kind of physics is this?
Very well. Let's end this battle, Commander.
I mean, there's always been some laws of physics to Star Wars. Even a little bit.
Mercy, I beg you. Are you really a banker?
That is entirely up to you and your unconditional surrender.
Obi-Wan fucking killing it. Jesus Christ! They're pulling out everything for this guy.
One can never be too sure, Commander.
That seems like it would be painful. He's like a muscly Clayface. Did he just eat him? Probably shouldn't eat someone who uses the Force.
I'm fine. Seems I've created quite a mess now.
Hello! Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel.
Where were we? Ah, yes.
Kenobi.
You were surrendering.
Wookie wookie. I wrote, okay, so I may or may not, with the assistance of AI, I wrote a Wookiee disco song. It's called Wookiee Party. You may or may not appreciate it as Guardian Wookiee. I was planning on having a bunch of Star Wars music ready for this month, but I had some stuff happen, and I took a couple months off. I actually just came back to streaming yesterday. My youngest doggo passed away unexpectedly, so it was really, really hard to deal with. I can't get over how much that ship looks like Ahsoka. Like, it's driving me crazy. Oh, Wookiee Disco song. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you, thank you. It was really difficult, but I felt it was time to come back to streaming, but it took up... It was a lot of time, and just kind of dealing with it, mourning and everything, and so I didn't get all the music I wanted to get done for this month, but I have some music. I'll play it at the end of stream for you. If you're still here. If not, I'll still share it with you. I can't get over it because the droid is orange and the blue and white stripes. It's not a droid, it's an astromech, but still, you know what I mean. The series is just so good. The animation, timing, and sound design are just done so well. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it, honestly. It might be a little different than what you're used to, because like I said, this is the canon edit, so they took out, when they edited this, they edited out the stuff that's continuity error with the greater canon.
This one's mine.
Hello, and thank you. The OG is well worth the time. It seems to be mostly there. At least from what I've like read about it, you know. It seems like most of the series is canon. There's very few. There's very little that's not canon. Or lines up with canon, I should say.
This is no droid pilot.
I think Yoda does crazy stuff in this, doesn't he? I haven't actually watched it. I only saw a clip. This is my first time watching it as well, so I don't know. I'm sure he does. Yoda's a badass in the prequel stuff.
Supposed to be in space leading our forces. It's under control. Under control? I don't think so. Your place is with your squadron, young one. Not chasing a rocket ship through the city streets. This is no droid pilot. And the voice from him.
Hey! Thank you for the follow! Welcome to being a Nugget of Awesome. Of course, if you want to watch with us, if you haven't already, you can pop into the Discord.
He's not losing us. breaking up. You have the coordinates? Yes, General. Take a stroll and follow it.
I feel like this version of Anakin meshes with the movies better than the Clone Wars version. The Clone Wars version seems much more mature and put together. It's only better from here. So, one of the only times we see a really good look at the streets of Coruscant, aside from the lives. Oh, okay.
You have his position. That's close enough, R4. We'll just have to search the immediate area on foot. Watch your ship, R4. This won't take long.
Because he's all like moody and angsty still in this, where I feel is in the 3D Clone Wars, he's more mature, charismatic. I feel like it's such a sharp contrast from the Clone Wars to Revenge of the Sith. Oh, your little Wookiee picture's super cute.
Fine. Have some men protect the ships. The rest encircle the clearing. Prepare to sweep the jungle.
The fucking silent batch over here. Jesus. It's so silly.
Something's not right.
Well,
I can feel it.
well, yeah. All of your fucking company just got taken everywhere. What are you talking about?
Trooper? Trooper? Trooper, are you alright? What happened?
Oh, he's fine. He's gonna be fine. Oh no. R4 and the Ahsoka chef. Oh yeah, but by that time he had gained enough ability to hold his own, aside from the fact that giving him a Padawan made him care more about the battles. Right. Not R4. Sent me a message on Instagram. Check it out when I sub you. Waiting your reply. Ah, gotcha. Okay. Will do as soon as I get on Instagram. I didn't see where that came through. Interesting. Didn't come through. Oh, there it is. Okay. Asajj Ventress is my girl. I'm super pumped. Have I watched it? So we're watching everything in chronological order. And I've only seen the stuff that's happened so far, which is episodes 1, 2, 3, and 4 of Tales of the Jedi. Other than that, I haven't seen anything else yet. But it's in here. We'll be watching it. We started with Acolyte at the very beginning, and we're going through chronologically. Oh, no problem. Yeah. I'm excited. I'm excited. Well, I've been a Star Wars fan for years, but I'm really liking all the new stuff I've seen. I really liked the Tales of the Jedi that I've seen. And this has been fun. Oh, it's gotta rain. More dramatic. About to get intense. Can you get over your name? I love it. Yeah, that's a great name. As Guardian Wookiee. Super cute. Always gets a lot of smiles and laughs. I mean, hey, they're both owned by Disney now. We can get a crossover. It could happen. We could get an Asgardian Wookiee. That was nice. That was a nice little shot. You got it from me. Aw, I love that. The camaraderie? I can't even say the word I'm trying to say. You know what I mean. It's very late, though. My brain is very dead, so it makes sense. Well, we watched a edit of the Acolyte, the CanonCon edit, and somebody edited it. It's a fan edit, that rearranges it. And makes it like a movie, and it was pretty good. Like, it wasn't bad. Everybody says the Acolyte's so bad, so I had low expectations going into it. Dang. A little bit Qui-Gon, a little bit Obi. He struck her down in anger. You liked it personally, but you tend to like all this stuff out. I'll probably go back and watch it as intended.
These races have divided. The droid army of the Foreign Isolation League moves against the Calamari Council.
The Calamari.
The Calamari are no match. Intervene we must.
Yeah, I'm kind of someone that tends to like stuff.
In these matters, trust your insect, we do. May the force be with you.
But I think I will try to watch The Acolyte as intended and not in the fan edit. See if it's as bad as people say. But the movie edit that we watched wasn't that bad. It's pretty alright. Wasn't my favorite thing in the Star Wars universe, but it was alright. But yeah, that era, like the High Republic era and stuff, I'm excited to see them expand on that more. Babas. Wait, what? How does that work? How are they blowing horns underwater? What kind of water magic is this? Fun tidbit, Kit Fisto's lightsaber is specifically designed to work on both land and in water. Oh, fun. I don't know a whole lot about Kit. I know they drastically fucked up his design in the third movie. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't that good. I like those things. They have like a little bit of a bop to them. They got a little danciness to them. Right? I like how they added like weird little chest hair for Kit for that. They're like, how do we make this squid guy a little bit more manly? Add some chest hair. Those lasers aren't going in any direction that makes sense. Straight savage on the field. Mace don't give no fucks. What's with the Hitchcock angle of the feet? He's a damn good Mace. He's about to be a badass. I'm gonna type, damn, Mace, don't know where the good part got in from. Don't worry. My phone screws me all the time on my messages. I'm gonna sound like such a boomer, but I really feel like keyboards on the phones now just like aren't as good as they used to be on older touchscreen phones. I feel like they've gotten worse. The corrective spelling has gotten worse. The suggested spelling has gotten worse. And then, like, where you actually touch it, I feel like has gotten worse. He just squished them. It just squished so many. He's fucking 10 toes in it. Fuck him up, Meg. Why does it sound like a slot machine? Ding, 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 ding. So Samurai Jack. So Samurai Jack. This was kung fu fighting. He was kung fu fighting everybody. He even used expert timing. Okay, that was pretty amazing. Just taking out all the bolts and screws. That's pretty fucking badass. That's fun. Who's my favorite character out of all of Star Wars? I love Maul. I'm a big Molly. I'm a big Maul girl. I love Asajj Ventress. And the most recent addition that I really enjoy, I of course love Ahsoka as well, but my most recent addition that I really enjoy is Marin. I really want to see more of her. She's fun. It's such a brief entry, but I like her a lot. Ah, Sith, I see. I like complex characters, okay? Where does the little boy come from? Why is he just sitting there watching this crazy ass battle? Your bestie loves Maul also. I love Maul. He has a terrible, terrible backstory. I wish they'd expand on it more in like the movies and shows. So random. It's like, let's just put a kid in it. What, I got Maul and Maul. I've got an Archer. I got lots of Darth stuff. So that's one of your favorites also. You're on... Wait, what? Does it say 1:11 a.m.? Ill am. Oh, okay, sorry. I was like, it's 1:11 a.m.? It's like, not where I'm at. We're on Ill am. Gotcha. Planet. Planet, not time zone. To be fair, it's like 4 in the morning here, so I'm very tired. I'm very brain dead at this point, but I'm having too much fun. After this, I will have to call it a night and pick up tomorrow, because I do have work tomorrow. Doc Crystal Caves, yeah. Yeah. I'm really bad at names. I'm really bad at names. In general, when I'm fully awake, I'm bad at names, so... Always have been. Always will be. I...
Absolutely not. You cannot risk the senator's life like this. The lady I must protest. Very little time to be senator. Our own to rescue Jedi. To Illa, we must go. This is not a rescue ship. May I remind our master Jedi we have a more pressing mission. A slight detour. Jeopardize the mission. A slight detour. Jeopardize the mission it will not.
That's a morally gray area. That's something I really wouldn't expect Yoda to do. The way the cuts and writing and the OG source material is so good. I'll see if I can find the original and put it together. Like, what are you gonna do? She's so adorable, but like, girl, what are you gonna do as Yoda? It's fucking Yoda. You can't help Yoda. You like the transitions of the original better? Is that what you're saying? Or you like these transitions? It's a fun new way to watch if you're used to the original, you know? To experience it a new way. Like, you know what's gonna happen, but it's a little different. cracks me up. Wait. That's good. That's fun. The fucking Grinch? The Grinch's mountain?
He's a Jedi Master, milady. He's quite capable of handling whatever may be out there. Master Yoda did assure you he would contact you. Handling a
is right, R2.
I'll run a diagnostic on the communication array. This weather has been giving us some low-band interference.
R2, does this weather affect your sensors?
Not in the slightest. Oh, so he says.
Good. I'm going to look for Master Yoda.
These transitions were really good.
You will accompany me.
The way it's put together is pretty on point, though. I don't feel like you lose much from the source, and that may be true, but it allows me to rewatch for the first time again through those who that haven't. Facts.
What is it, R2?
Okay.
Where?
C-3PO is always the comedic relief. You cannot convince me otherwise.
Did you get my coat?
You said 3PO is bait? That bad? You just risked C-3PO! R2, the real hero. Poor C-3PO, yeah.
Master Yoda. I'm so glad you're all right.
Successful? I wish it was. See, the Jedi are. But pain my heart is.
What troubles you, Master Yoda?
Nearly destroyed the temple was. Revealed its secret location is. But by who I know not.
3PO is just along for the ride. R2, all of its starter movies are told by R2. That's why he's always appearing when he's needed most. I've heard that fucking fan theory that it's from R2's perspective. It's fun. Ow! Werewolves of the Jedi. That's why he's always the hero. That's fun. It's silly, but fun.
The day is ours. The Republic is victorious.
The bankers, the viceroy.
General Kenobi, a ship is approaching that matches the one Commander Skywalker followed into hyperspace. I have batteries standing by.
So fire,
Exactly. It's like, yeah, that's Kenobi. Uh-huh.
Sorry, Master. You were right. It was a trap, laid out by the Sith. I ran headlong into it, but I emerged victorious. Indeed. But that battle should never have been fought. I find Sith's interest in you most troublesome. This is precisely why you must follow my orders, young. Another defiance could lead us into a danger.
General Kenobi! General Kenobi!
Yes, Master Barrick.
Need immediate evac from planet Arcori. Our forces are totally destroyed. Only a few of us left. New droid, General. He's unstoppable. Can't hold out for long. General Nugget is hunting us.
Master Barrick, come in. Come in. Master Barrick, come in.
Womp womp womp. Check out this introduction. Okay.
He is unstoppable.
Never has he been outmaneuvered by droids. His strategy is without flaw.
This is the end. We're all doomed.
Our predicament is dire, but do not despair. Focus. We are Jedi.
Shakti. Yeah.
He is coming.
Fucking Shaggy. Fucking Jedi Shaggy. Padawan Shaggy. Tell me I'm wrong. You can't. It's fun trying to work out who each character is. Yeah. Shaggy, no! Yep. He panics. Shaggy's a Jedi now? Well, not anymore. His face! It's fucking smushed his face. The dark cloud. See. I can't hear jamming without thinking of Spaceballs. Only one would dare to give me the raspberry. Lone Star. Because you can't be a Star Wars fan if you haven't seen Spaceballs. Those things go together. Commander Photo. I really liked that color palette, the white and blue stripes, and then with the minor orange detailing. Spaceballs, they're going plaid. Also was given the okay by George. Yeah, as long as they didn't make merchandise, that was the key. But he helped them make it. I have... One of these days we're going to do a Lego stream, but I have... the Eagle 5. I also have the spaceship, the Lady Liberty spaceship. But we're gonna build that on stream one of these days. I have a bunch of Star Wars Lego stuff. But you can't have a Star Wars Lego set in an environment without the Eagle 5. So I'm very excited for that. Very excited for that. Yeah, that's why they made merchandise and had that whole thing about merchandise in Spaceballs. That's where the money is, merchandising, because that's George Lucas's whole thing is he knew that the money was in the merchandise and he didn't want Spaceballs competing with his stuff, so they made a bunch of fake merchandise for Spaceballs for the movie set. I don't know if that agreement still stands since Disney bought Lucas Arts. I don't know. But as far as I'm aware, anything that's Spaceballs merchandise is not technically official Spaceballs because they're not legally allowed to sell it. Now I'm very glad I came across your stream. Aw, thank you. I'm glad you came across the stream too. get fucked.
Master Qui-Gon?
Yes, it comes to me. Yes, you must enter it. Alone.
I'm afraid, Master.
Control. You are the chosen.
No, 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 no. They did him dirty with that nose. That nose is so uncalled for. That is just mean. He's a good looking man. They didn't need to do him like that. He looks so bad. Why? Why would you do that? Oh, that's so cruel. I fucking can't. Like, Anakin looks dorky, but they did it so bad. Oh my god. And the hairline. They made it. That's just not fair. He didn't have a receding hairline like that.
This must be dealt with. I agree. This general change the shape of the blue. Dwindling before, and now it's...
Yes, we need more nuts.
I know this will generate debate, but I suggest that in this time of war, we forego the trials and promote my Padawan Anakin to Jedi Knight.
This is preposterous. We can't set aside our most hallowed traditions. In this time, why we hold back the chosen one? Whether or not he is the chosen one is still to be determined. Palpatine has been requesting this for months now. Politicians have no voice in town. I think Anakin is surprised you asked that.
But he is reckless with his gifts.
Sometimes in the past, yes. But regardless, Anakin has been through things more difficult than the trials. Surely he passed a trial of skill when he defeated that dark assassin and fought me with Yavin. And he endured an atrocious trial of the flesh at the hands of Count Dooku. And he continued to pass every test of courage this war has dealt him. It would seem he would have but one trial left to face.
Testing the spirit.
Facing the mirror. And that is what concerns me. To walk the path of the Jedi, one's spirit must be strong. That requires discipline. And he has often disobeyed you. Does he not, Master Anoki? Did you not disobey me? Protest the time of your innocence, Master Francis. Not just debating, this is science, but in these days of war, we need all the facts we can. An ordinary young Skywalker's career has been so true. While he's tired, has been the Force Ranger. That's an insult. He shall be.
Fucking Cher? The Grinch again? Catching on. Coruscant streets, yeah. That mom, though. Okay. Gave her the little Leia buns.
Our love should not be hidden like it's some kind of immoral thing.
Danny, we're almost a Jedi Knight. And then
what? Jedis aren't supposed to be married.
it does matter. We knew it would be like this. Perhaps things can change.
Oh.
War.
Why are her eyes so big?
Shadows of Coruscant, or any other city. Most of it's living in my heart. It's just attached to this level.
You do look really good in the dark.
You look really good in the dark. Okay. Okay, Annie.
Nobody's going to hurt you, Freaky.
Master Anakin. Miss Padme, that's what I'm on. I was so worried. Select without notifying.
Different, Freaky.
Then it must be this disguise.
No, Tripio. It's your new gold plating.
Gold plating?
Oh, yes. In the service of a senator, one must be presentable.
Well, let's see it.
Yeah, now.
What? What is this scene?
Yes, I know.
The fucking... The stripper horn in the background.
When the council requests your presence, it is always of great importance.
Riz Skywalker.
Scolding doesn't really matter. Scolding? You're not a little boy anymore. But as long as you are my student, you will heed my wisdom. You're right. I'm not a little boy. And as far as your wisdom goes, you're no Qui-Gon Jinn. Forgive me, I didn't miss you. I'm sin too. Not a day goes by that I don't look to his wisdom for guidance.
Love that shit.
I've done my best to pass his teaching to you.
It's fine.
And in our time together, you have proven to me that you are capable of all he believed you would be. And now we must leave our roles as master and student. It is time we became thrust.
Stripper C-3PO wasn't on my things I thought I would see tonight. That wasn't on my bingo card either. Was not on my bingo card. I like how they're like, he's emotionally immature, he's completely erratic, let's promote him. Aww. How cute.
We got so much firepower in here. These walls are very shit. They can't take this. It'll probably be a 50-10.
Nah. Well, we still don't grant you the rank of master. I always love the silliness of the droids, to be completely honest. What an insult. You have this whole army, and there's only 2 people that show up to fight you. like, damn. Oh, he's let his hair grow out. This and Clone Wars makes that line make way more sense. Not even about his disbelief at the no, just that no. Yeah. His fucking majestic hair. Boop boop. All right, that is that section. So next, after this, so after this, we've got the Clone Wars movie, the extended version, which includes the 2 episodes that come before it. And then we go into the Clone Wars Season 1, which we'll pick this up tomorrow after I get off work. I'm very tired. I need to go to bed. It has been a pleasure meeting you, Shax, and as the Guardian Wookiee. But, hold on, we're gonna pause that. So, the order of everything in chronological order, it goes, the movie, season 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 of the Clone Wars, and then Tales of the Empire, episode 1, then season 6 and 7, and then the Clone Wars, part 3. So I'm excited for that, the mini-series part 3, and then it's Tales of the Jedi, episode 5. And then episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, the Siege of Mandalore cut, which I'm very excited for. So, and then we go into Bad Batch, Tales of the Empire 5 and 4, Tales of the Jedi 6, Bad Batch season 2 and 3, Solo, Obi-Wan, etc., etc. So we have a lot to watch still. The prequel era alone is gonna take many, many days of watching, but we're gonna pick it up as much as I can after work. As long as the weather's been really like kind of weird lately, so as long as it isn't bad tomorrow, because when it gets really bad, I can't stream, like the signal just sucks. But we should be able to tomorrow after work at some point. And then this weekend, we're just gonna go ham this weekend. We're just gonna live in our Star Wars best selves, and we're gonna watch as much Star Wars as possible this weekend. Woo, adulting! You too. I would recommend watching this on your own with the end when you get a chance, because this makes so much sense when you see it. Yeah, so, episode, or part 3, it comes in season 7, and then there's parts of part 4 of the 2D Clone Wars that's mixed in with episode 3. So episode 3 has been edited in a way where it's extended, so it's got like all the deleted scenes and stuff in it, but it also has the 4 last episodes of season 7 of the Clone Wars, and then it's got parts of the part 4 of the 2D Clone Wars mixed in chronological order. So it's going to kind of bounce around in animation styles, but the story should be fairly cohesive. So it's going to be a lot of fun. I might need to find these. I'll get them to you. I'll put it in the chat on how to get this for yourself. All you have to do is email somebody. Let's see here. You know what, let me do that real quick. Let's see. Can I do that really quickly, or is it gonna take me a second? That's the real question. Okay, so what you're gonna do is, for the extended cuts, there's actually gonna be an attachment. this is basically what you do is you email them and you let them know, like, hey, Star Wars edits, whatever. And then they're going to send you an attachment that has access to Google Drive where you can download all these cuts. There's also links for torrents if you want to try to torrent them. But go ahead and email that email for the majority of these. And then, what's the other email I've got? There's one other for the Acolyte cut. Let's see. For the Corcoran cut, so this is gonna be for. And then for. So just email those people. I put them in the Discord chat. This person is way cool. Of course. Donka, you are welcome. You are welcome. Granada. But, basically, what you're going to do, just email those individually, ask them for, you know, their, Star Wars edits, and you'll get an automated email back with the instructions on how to do that, how to get them and everything. The only other thing I have that is like a specific edit is of the episode 5, the 81 Revisited. Once we get to that, if you're interested in it, I can get that for you as well. But Numeral Joker has edits for Extended Phantom Menace, Extended Attack of the Clones. Both really good. Numeral Joker is responsible for the 2D Clone Wars we watched. That was part 1 and 2. I actually put them together. I put part 1 and part 2 together. And then, because they go back to back, and I just figured less credits the better, so I clipped the credits out myself and put those two together. And then what else did he do? He edited all the Clone Wars, the 3D, so they're in chronological order. And so he took the individual stories that are like the mini story arcs and put them in little micro movies together, but they're in chronological order still. So that's going to be really fun to watch. I'm excited for that. What else did he do? Revenge of the Sith, the Siege of Mandalore cut, which I'm really excited for. Where, you know, he cut pretty much everything together, Frankensteined it into one big movie, which I'm excited for that. He did the same thing with the Bad Batch that he did with the Clone Wars, took the story arcs and put them together into little mini movies in chronological order. Did a solo extended edit, an Obi-Wan edit where he took the entire Obi-Wan and made it a movie. Did the same thing with Ahsoka, Andor, Rebels, and a Rogue One Episode 4 supercut, and put both of them together into like one super cohesive movie. So there's a lot of really fun, cool cuts that he's done. He's highly regarded as like the GOAT of Star Wars edits. So I'm super excited to watch all these edits. I'm super excited to get to the 81 Revisited edit. Apparently 81 has other edits. Now, I do have an edit that I'm actually not including in this watch through because we're going to watch Resistance. We're going to watch Resistance and basically, let's see, Resistance season 1 and 2. Where did this fall in? Hold on. I have an Excel sheet. Resistance falls in between Ahsoka and episode 7, and then Resistance 2 falls in between episode 8 and 9. But I do have an edit where I was like, man, I really want to include it, but it takes all 3 of the sequel movies and turns them into like one super movie that's like 5.5 hours long. So I was like, but I want to watch Resistance in order, so I didn't include that. That's the only edit I have that I didn't include. But yeah. So I'm super excited to watch all these things with you guys. Like I said, we're gonna pick it up tomorrow where we left off. So if which you guys are following, but if there's anybody out there watching who's not following or subscribed, go ahead and do that. Make sure your notifications are on. That way you get notified when I go live. And then, you know, make sure you're in the Discord. That way you can see when we're in the popcorn stadium. And then what we'll do is we're gonna pick this up and just keep going at it. So I'm super excited. But I love you guys. So I'm gonna try and be in when I can. Absolutely, absolutely. And we do lots of movie nights. We do, like, in Halloween, I do 31 days of Spooktober, and it's just nothing but non-stop horror movies. Travel down the road and back again. I have my music muted, sorry. But, fucking Cher doing the Golden Girls theme is on another level. But, yeah, I'm excited for it. And, I love having you guys here. I'm very tired. My brain is very fried. But those emails are in the Discord, the Popcorn Stadium chat, so you can go snag those emails, let them know you want to do Star Wars stuff, and they'll send you an email back letting you know that, you know, what the links are and everything. If you need help with any of that at all, let me know, because I've been able to grab everything. But, yeah, if you like horror movies, we do 31 Days of Spooktober. We did, like, I don't know. I want to say we did like 400-ish movies last year. Like, we did a lot because it was nonstop the whole time. All day, every day, no repeats, just constant movies all the time. But, okay, it's time for bed. I love you guys, as always. Oh, wait. I'm gonna play... I told you I would. I'm gonna play my my Wookiee song for you. I told you I'd play my Wookiee song. I will not let you down. I will still play my Wookiee song. This is a song that I wrote and then I produced through AI. So I'm very excited for you guys to hear it if you haven't heard it before. It's one of my favorite projects that I've done. It's a lot of fun. But it's called Wookiee Party. It is a funk disco song about Wookiees throwing a party. So I hope you guys enjoy it. You have a good one. Have a good night, and hopefully I will see you guys tomorrow. As always, I've been Kim ANOKI. You've been a nugget of awesome, and I love your fucking face. Mwah! Gotta go.